Hi and welcome to my channel. I'm Oksik, aka Annika, as you well know. Hi to people who are already here. So, hi Ivy, hi Dawn. Who else is there? Dante Kumaran. Hi, Dante. Is it Dante? Am I saying it right? I might not be saying it right, in which case I really apologize. Sometimes I can be a bit oblivious about names. Oh, hi Cindy, how are you? Hi. Hi Kat. Oh, hi Stephanie. Wow. So many people. So glad to see you all here. I hope your year is going great so far. Mine's been a bit off form, slightly here and there, like struggling with not quite the flu, which is not raging in full power, but it's annoying nevertheless. Oh, this is my dog. Of course, she chose the moment when I started streaming to start barking at full strength, and now she just kicked the door open, came into the room, looked at me, like, for a while, and then just walked out. She was totally judging me, I'm telling you that. Oh, hi Ivy. Oh, so many people. This is so great. Hi Can, I forgot your name again. Can, please, what should I call you? I will write it down. This is embarrassing, people. I'm really bad at names, but I should really work on it. And, I know people's screen names, but I keep forgetting what I should actually tell the names. Oh, hi. Oh. Hi, I'm Landscape. Same thing to you. I want to write your name down because that is really bad. This is bad, okay? I'm embarrassed. I hope everybody is nice and healthy. Well, probably not. Oh, hi, Rebecca. Oh, there's so many people. This is great. This is wonderful. Atlanta. Oh, that is such a cool name. That is such a cool name. I think she was a Greek heroine. Oh, I loved her in the mythology, Atlanta. She was really cool. I presume you know her. Since you probably, your name is coming from her. Atlanta. Oh, that's such a cool name. Such a strong name. She was such a strong character. In mythology, anyway. I have the rule to Saturdays are the best. Saturdays are, I don't even know. Do you know what my favorite is? The Friday night. When you finished work and then you finish whatever chores you have to do in the evening, you feed people, whatever, you do a bit of a tidy up, whatever things that need to be done. Maybe you need to do a bit of shopping. And then you sit down and then it's like the whole weekend is ahead of you. 2 full days, 2 mornings you can sleep as long as you want. Well, most of the weekends, but unless there's some plans. Am I sounding a bit fuzzy? What is... I don't know. Okay, I presume that this is my microphone. Oops. I apologize. I need to move things here then to see if things are a bit off. Okay, so is it in any way better? Do you have the better sound now, or is it still bad? Is the sound bad? That's really weird because I was just recording with the same setup just a day or 2 ago and I was fine. I do not know what has happened. Let me check if everything is fine. Seems to be fine. Is it really bad, yeah? Oh no. I can't really, I don't really know, what to do with it. Let me see if I can disconnect maybe that microphone and try the other one. Just a second. I don't know what has happened to my microphone setup. Is the sound back now, but still kind of weird, yeah? Sorry? Sound came back. Okay, is it still bad? Is the sound still bad, or is it a bit better? Hi, B. Better. Okay, I don't know what happened. I genuinely don't have a clue. OBS has been giving me a bit of a trouble lately with all sorts of different issues, so that might just be tied to that. I'm pushing my microphone a bit. Oh, I don't know. I hope that can hear you. I'm not too close to the mic, that's the thing. Like, I don't know what's going on. Is it okay, or should I just kind of, like, the gain volume is too high. Okay, let me see if I can change anything. Toner, is that a bit better? If I do it now, is that better? I kind of turned the microphone down a bit, no? Okay. See, it's far away now. Okay. Oh my god. So I'm just trying to better it down. Okay. That did improve it. Okay. I need to figure out what has happened, because it was fine. I was recording with it, everything was working okay, and now suddenly out of the blue things are not great. Well, hopefully it's good enough to last. What do you think? Should I carry on with the stream, or just interrupt for today and come to next Saturday? Oh, hi Maria, hi. We're having a bit of a sound issues here today, and I can't really fix it during the stream much, to be honest. Carry on, okay? I don't think restarting is going to help me, because the setup is still going to be the same, and it would take me a while probably to figure out what is going on. I suspect it's some sort of a setting somewhere that I just don't know what might have gone wrong. I haven't really changed any settings, that's the thing, so so sorry. Yeah, I need to figure it out anyway, because I tend to use that setup for recording lately as well, so sorry. I don't know, I just don't even have a clue what has happened. Anyways, if that now improved a little bit, turning down the sound a bit, then I just thought I'll tell what's going on here on my desk. There's a couple of books here which I thought I would work a little bit in. No, I don't think it's an internet issue, because everybody has it. Has sound been bad for everybody? Maybe it's an OBS issue, because OBS has been really messing with me lately. Like, everything was going fine, and now I keep losing my camera connection. I have to reconnect it every time, essentially, when I'm starting the software and so on. So, yeah. Coloring with Ivy. Oh, you said, yeah. If it seems like it's for everybody, well, I don't know. Well, hopefully, fingers crossed, I somehow figure it out. I will afterwards, after the stream, try to record something and see if the issue is in my computer or in YouTube. And if it's in my computer, then I need to, I don't know, doing something. Okay, anyways, here's the books. Now, this is my pile for today. Basically, I have this tag with Maria, who is here, and we have Japanese Korean coloring 2026 tag. So we're trying to color a page from our Japanese and Korean books every month, and we kind of set up a bit of a theme as well for each month. This month it's a winter wonderland, I think, and we also have a bit of a just a second, a bit of a kind of a prompt, that you can, like what you call it, scavenger hunt. Well, we kind of choose little prompts for each month, and I can. And I have not gotten to it yet because I've been kind of slightly, not slumpy, but just, I don't know, preoccupied with things. And I also went all out my first page of the month with the Taiki page. It's on Insta at the moment. I kind of was working a long time on it because it was a lot of pencil work in there. Thumbs up. And several of you are struggling with the sound this week. Okay, alright, well, fingers crossed. Thank you. At least people let me know. Thank you, Ivy. I streamed 2 hours and nobody let me know. Thank you for telling me. At least I can try and figure out what's happening. Anyways, I am trying to now finally get to the prompts and kind of get the pages I'm going to be doing. So we had scavenger hunt prompts. Okay, I'm trying to remember myself now. We had a bear or polar bear, a polar bear or a bear. We had mittens. We had pink cheeks, like red cheeks, kind of frostbitten red, flushed cheeks, and we had cozy feel. So I have essentially kind of stopped on 2 pages that I don't know if I'm going to get both done, but I will at least try. Okay, my camera is a bit wonky now after all that rearranging. Sorry for wobbling around here. I hate doing that during the live, but okay, it should be fine now. Or more or less. It's still kind of okay, and bringing it over here. Okay, it's not as distorted anymore. Okay, so I was thinking about doing maybe that page and tried to put some watercolor down here today, seeing how this book is going, what this book is going to think of me when I tried to put watercolors here, which might be interesting. And I had no idea no sound streams were popular. And I also thought about that page maybe, but this one, I have this picture in my head, and I'm once again, if I get to this page, which I hope to, then I'm going to overcomplicate it, people, okay? I have this feeling that I'm going to overcomplicate things. I have a picture of very kind of a deep shaded snow and possibly northern lights in the sky. Yeah, you know, a lot of weirdness going on. Maybe I should just turn off the sound and have a nice video of me coloring. You can just have a chat at the side. And yeah, I hate the idea that my sound is rubbish, you know, but I don't know what to do. So anyways, I thought I'll start with this one, and this one is just, I need to work on this width, but I might not get to it, probably won't get to it this week. So I thought I will take these watercolors. Okay, I got them on Temu a while ago, and I have used them before. They are really nice. I like them. They're Chinese, not Japanese. Over 500 folks and nobody told you. Wow, that is weird. The first page, you mean that one, Vera? Oh, okay, so I have this page that I kind of want to work on. Anyway, I got these on Temu, and they're actually good. They are Chinese watercolors, not Japanese ones, although they look essentially the same, but they have different properties. When you put Japanese watercolors down, then if you put them down pretty heavily or kind of in a thick layer, then what can happen is that they get kind of a shiny, and if you want to go to with the pencils on top, you can't do that anymore because they have different binders. Obviously, they're not the same as Western watercolors. They're different type of paint. You know, we call them watercolors, you know, those are watercolors, but you know, they're Gonzai Tambi, the Japanese ones. These are Chinese watercolors, which look, if you look them in the pans, they look identical, but there's something different in the binder, because I can put those down pretty thick. They look shiny in the pan as well, so I thought surely they're going to be the same. No, I can put them pretty thick on the paper, and there's no issues. You know, the texture is still there. I can still use them afterwards with pencils on top. So quite happy with them, and I like the colors as well. Because they come in those curated sets. They basically have 4 sets. Well, what I know of on Temu anyway. There's basically seasons. You know, winter, autumn, spring, summer, and each have kind of this curated palette, which works really well together. So it's kind of an easy win because you don't even have to think about color palette. It's, you know, the colors here are already put together, so they will all work nicely together, and they do work really well, these, for winter scenes. So I thought I might give it a try. I should put something behind it. Just a second. Good thing I remembered. Because I don't know what the paper will think of me now. Korean books famously don't love water much. I actually have some sort of a weird feeling with the sound myself here when I'm talking. Like almost like feedback into my ears. I don't know what. It might be actually on my side, but I don't know what's happened. Anyways, not much I can do about it at the moment. I toned down the sound a bit for you, so hopefully that'll help. These paints, oh how cat, yeah, the paints. I might do it intentionally next time. Okay, so I need to have a bigger brush as well. Water brush alone isn't enough. This is typical now. I can't find anything. Okay, I'm taking this fairly big brush to try to do the sky with least of possible disturbances, because usually on a Korean paper the paints tend to sink in pretty fast. So it's basically, sorry, a drink. Basically I tried to work fairly fast and with a big brush here, so I wouldn't get the kind of a sinking paint effect. Now, let's see what's going to happen. Yeah, I hope that next time I somehow figure out what's wrong with the sound. Might be something with my microphone connections as well. Totally possible. Okay, so which paint am I going to use for the sky? Maybe that Buddha's head. They actually have coolest names because I basically translated them with Google Translate from Chinese, obviously, and they have paints like this one is snow, but this one is Buddha's head. This one is Young Ray's tears. This is official green. Yeah, but this one is frosty day, so nice colors, really nice. Interesting colors, kind of a difficult colors. Okay, let's see how this is going to work out for me. I think I should put down a tape, if I had any sense in my head, because I can already see all that paint running from that curved surface into the sample image, which I don't know how much of that sample image I'm going to actually use as a sample, but hey, one can try. And my goal is here just to put down base. I probably won't get into the pencils today. It needs to dry a bit afterwards. But, oops. Now, there we have tape. Just a little bit of protection. Okie doke. Now let's push it here. I think your visibility is pretty okay, but should I get closer a little bit? Probably not, because then you won't see the full picture. I think that is probably better. Or maybe, okay, I'll see how things are going to go. And here we go. My water closer to me, so I wouldn't drip all over the place. And I'm keeping my color chart here as well. And I'm going to start with that Buddha's head, which is this one here. They are opaque on opaque side, like most of the Asian watercolors tend to be. So I'm using big brush so I could work a bit faster. I'm not worrying too much if I'm going into and I'm trying to work fairly wet as well, just putting the color down pretty boldly. If I need to, I might go over it later on, and maybe tidy up the paint with the pencil at the, near those trees where I can't get in as well as I maybe would like to with that big brush. But I want to use the big brush because it's easier to get paint down without it sinking in that fast if you're working with a big brush. And see, because it's a bit on the opaque side, it doesn't sink in as much, and you can move it a little bit longer. So I'm all for Chinese and fairly cheap Chinese watercolors in coloring books. And I like them even better than the Japanese ones. As I said, Japanese ones have that issue for me that they tend to leave that shiny finish, especially if you put them on as strong as I am at the moment. With Kuretake, I already wouldn't probably be able to go on top of it with pencils if I needed to. Even if I wanted to tidy up some bit or add tiny bit of shading, I couldn't do that. So there we go, and we have the base color here. I want to darken it here in the corner. Should I drop maybe some other color in there in the corner as well, just for funsies? Atlanta, what did you say? Oh wow, the side on the left is colored for you? I don't have a single Korean book. Oh yeah, Korea, it's very common in Korean books that in Japanese books you often have samples at the front of the book. They often have colored samples as well, but they usually put them to the front or sometimes to the back of the book. Whereas Koreans have this habit of sticking the sample image right next to the image. It can be distracting, actually. It can kind of force you into coloring the image exactly the way like they have done, which sometimes is helpful and sometimes you don't want to do that. Okay, I think I might drop some color into it. I might take this really kind of like aquaish color, which is called Hue Ging. Okay, I'm not going to butcher Chinese just for funsies. Okay, so I'm going to put a little bit here, just for funsies, really, as I said. Okay, I had a little bit too much here, so I'm taking the tissue. It kind of ran onto the other page, so it wouldn't get too much into the crease. If it gets too much into the crease, I suggest you wipe it off, because it can go through the binding and basically stain all the a lot of pages, the kind of at the crease parts of a lot of other pages. So not a good idea to leave it there. Okay. But you can see how fast that went. The secret is a big brush and opaque paint, opaque watercolors. So if I had done that with, let's say, Neocolor tools, I would have gotten much more uneven result at first. I would have had to do at least 2 layers before I get even kind of a more or less flat finish. And I find working this way just suits me better often. Okay, so I have here also a bit of sky that I need to drop in. Happy Saturday, everyone! Oh yeah. Both Japanese and Korean books are lovely. Difference between the two, one of them, as I already said, Japanese have less of a feel that they need to provide a sample for each page, especially sample next to the page like this. Those samples are very useful, especially if you are a new colorist. They can actually be distracting if you because you subconsciously can start following them even if you don't really want to. but they can be super useful if you're just kind of trying to learn to use color palettes, and you know what colors are working together. Half of the work is kind of done for you in that sense. So I do plan to kind of take this idea of almost beige, very subtle shading of that tree here. I kind of like that. But I might make it a little bit stronger and add some other colors, because this one, those snowflakes, I need something stronger behind them. What's happening here? Atlanta, you say, sorry to ask, did you base the page with satin glazing liquid first, or just paint directly on the paper? I am painting directly on the paper. I haven't based it with anything. Now, another thing between, difference between Korean and Japanese books here, I'm just adding a bit more layer here, kind of a thicker paint, is that usually Japanese books, not always now, but usually Japanese books tend to take the water a bit better than Korean books. In this case, this one isn't bad at all. It takes water pretty fine. So, see, I'm bringing now another layer. While it's still wet, because I don't really care if it goes through a little bit. But I don't think it will much. It doesn't have that feel that it's sinking through. And I'm going to, on the lower part of the page, I'm going to bring in slightly different color, and I'm going to mix them together in a second, so the sky wouldn't be very kind of boring. Just adding a bit interest for myself, and a little bit of I just tap the brush essentially on the page. It's actually very subtle, especially after it dries. As in any watercolor, it is going to dry way lighter than it is at the moment. Sorry, now I'm going to go and close the door because the dog opened it once again. I know, of course, and you know, that in about 5 to 10 minutes she's going to come, knock it open again, look at me with judgment, and then leave the room. Or maybe find a place to sleep here. You never know. Cat, you really like the example you've been coloring since 2021 and still can't pick colors. Ah, that's normal. We all have our struggles. I have moments as well that it's like, oh, what am I going to do? I'm really bad at sticking with a color palette. So, okay, now I want to give a base color to this ice here. And I think I'm taking that color that I used in the sky as well, and I'm going to use it, but at least a bit more subtly on the ice here. This book takes water pretty alright, I have to say. Okay, I need to dilute it a bit more. I just want to put a base of that down. Yeah, it doesn't sink right in, like, kind of, if I go to it within a couple of seconds, I can still kind of diffuse the area a bit. But yeah, that's my main thing today. I want to put down kind of the first very basic layers. So after that, I can go and kind of do the shading with pencils possibly, or maybe add another layer of watercolor and then go in with pencils. I really enjoy working with water, you see. There's something super kind of a therapeutic brush strokes. I don't know why. Oh, Timo. Oh, hi, Di. I didn't see you coming in. Sorry about the sound. There was a big discussion about it in the beginning of the video. I got it a little bit better, but not great. And the consensus was for me to keep going. And we just have a bit offbeat sound today, and I'm going to try to figure out. Ivy thinks that it's YouTube. I am not 100% sure. I will check it out after I'm finishing here with my recording, and then what I can do to fix it. Okay, so now I have this on the ice here, and I will eventually add a bit of blue as well, because I want variations there, but I put down mostly that color, and now I'm adding in some areas that cooler blue. What was it called? Did that have a funny name? No, it's just called snow. Yeah. No, I didn't need these paints either, let's be honest, from Team or anywhere else. But I have kind of discovered that I really like working with yeah, it does. I have managed to get it. It doesn't go through, but often when I work on the top with watercolor like that, with the brush strokes coming downwards, often the paint gets pushed behind the page. The way to go about it and protect a little bit is to just put a piece of kitchen paper behind the page, and that kind of absorbs a little bit of stuff that comes off your brush, and it doesn't go as fast to the back of the page. But I of course forgot to do that, so yay. Okay, Jackie, the constant battle of need versus want is one I struggle with. Oh, Dawn, bye, 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 Dawn, bye. Sorry about the sound. Oh, those paints creamy. They do feel creamy when they, yeah, they're kind of on opaque side. I would call them a bit creamy, yeah. Oh, I can show you quickly. This one was done quite a while ago. This here I actually tried to follow, I tried for a while and then I got bored and didn't follow anymore. The scene that was on the left, but I did try to kind of hear, the costumes and, the stuff on the ground to follow a little bit. And I have discovered, for example, that Faber-Castell Black Edition goes down on this paper. I don't know the reason why, but it goes down really nice on this paper. Like, not a clue, what is causing it or anything, but... Okay, I'm going to put those swirls of... a little bit of that blue. And maybe to the distance a little bit as well. Don't know if I'm going to do that. See, I can still soften. And my paper is actually very wet here, so. And maybe there a little bit into the distance as well. Yeah, that looks better. I do understand that you probably see mainly wet paper on your side. That's a bit of a worry. Okay, I'm going to, if I get some blue onto these areas where I don't really want it, I'm just going to quickly diffuse it, and I will go with the creamier paint on top of it. Okay, so now I'm going to try to do a little bit of a creamy stuff on the trees. Creamy stuff, the cream colored. I think I may need to mix up this one and this one, because I kind of like that color, that subtle color in the skies, so I don't know if I'm going to be able to get it here. Let's see. Putting some water down first. Okay, first going in the lighter one. Because that's very light. It will probably be almost invisible. They are very smooth, yes, yes. That's the result of opaqueness. There we go. And now I have this yellow that isn't ideal yellow, but I'm going to mix a little bit of that in if I get something close to this. Maybe like this, and then take a tiny bit of this reddish tone. Yep, now I'm getting closer, and I need to lighten it slightly, so I'm taking more of that cream. Yeah, now I'm close enough to what I want here. So let's see how this is going to work out for me. Oops. So I don't want it all over the place, I just want to drop it in some areas of the tree. But in a textured manner. Not in a super smooth gradient, but bring it almost to the edges and then do this. Like this. Yeah, I enjoy these. I need a bit darker color here, so I will do that later. I'll add some dark colors to it. Okay, so because I need something darker here so that it would look like the shadow there. So I need to add something darker to this mix. But the main thing is to keep it kind of textured. You're not dabbing the paper a bit. There you go. Okay. And I'm going to put some underneath the snowflake as well. The snowflake I'm going to need to kind of a bit more precision shade. Okay, and I will also put that into the distant trees because let's keep it a bit cohesive. Okay. As you can see, I'm not trying to be super tidy about it or anything. Just putting some texture down. Okay, I need to now darken this. Oh, and the snow actually here should be in the same tones as well, shouldn't it? Kind of, let's put some warmth. Oh, I forgot the sky. Can you see here? There's a bit of sky here as well that I totally missed. Okay, that's fine. I can just stick some color in there. Good thing I noticed now. Missing the sky. Okay, so putting down some. In this, I'm kind of almost, copying what's happening in the picture. So we'll see how this is going to work out for me. Okay, and here. Alright, winter magic, there we go. Jackie, sorry I have to duck out for a bit. Hamish needs a walk. I will catch up later if you're still here when I get back. Nice to have that map. Bye, Jackie. Maybe I'm here. Fingers crossed. I might cut the stream a little bit longer if the sound is the way it is, because it can't be pleasant for you poor people having to listen to that tinny sound or whatever. Yeah, the map is convenient. And you can choose to, like, that's the thing about the map, you can choose to use it, or you can choose to ignore it. I actually just realized that there should be kind of sky here behind the trees as well. I for some reason thought that that would be kind of like a foresty bit. Should I? No, yeah, I should put sky there. Okay, I can deal with that when I let that to dry a little bit, so everything wouldn't run. Okay, I'm going to drop that one. And I need something darker, the same version of this color, but slightly darker. I do have a brown here, so I'm adding a bit of brown here. That's too little. Just to darken that cream. And it does go down real smooth, that I have to say. Is it still too light? Yeah, I want a little bit darker. Yeah, that's better. And I'm going over the tree trunk because that's going to be kind of a darker brown anyway, so there's no point of me trying to go around it here and just making myself a headache. You know, you can just go over it and then later on just paint it with darker paint. Okay, so there you go. And I'm taking that a little bit into that crease here as well, and that crease here. There seems to be something, no, a crease, but you know, a fold or something in a snow. Okay, I'm going to now soften those edges with just damp brush, so there wouldn't be any harsh edges, a bit smoother. And maybe now, since I am already in the tree, make some areas a little bit darker with this slightly darker paint. Plus I don't want to waste the paint, and I don't really want to color the whole tree here with pencils either, so I'm just going to drop in some extra shading. I'm going up there, and I'm just essentially using up my paint here. See, like just dabbing, that's it. And now I'm going to go in with a clean damp brush, not super wet, and just dabbing the areas that feel a bit harsh, so you get a bit smoother transition there. But you know, I'm not working myself to bone with that because I wanted some texture here. That was the whole purpose of the exercise here, why I'm doing this. Okay, and now how's the situation here with paper? Can I go in yet? Probably shouldn't. So let's figure out how I'm going to color that little creature here. In the original thing, there's almost no shadows. I think it's supposed to be Desert Fox. Desert Fox Sogumi, I think, is the character's name. Oh, Maria, you have to say goodbye. Arrived from Spain early this morning, so need some sleep. Oh yeah, of course you do. Have a good night, Maria, and hopefully you are recovering. Hi, Louise, I didn't see you coming in. So sorry. Oh, from Canada, yay! I was a bit preoccupied with doing stuff here. So sorry about the sound today. Apparently it's a theme today, and apparently it has been themed on YouTube this week, it seems, but it might also be my setup. Now I need to eventually get and do the sky there, but I'm going to try to do something, some sort of a shading on that little desert fox first. So so what colors do I have? Okay, I have Frosty Day, which to me looks like a good shadow color. It's kind of a slightly bluish. I might try to kind of gray it down a little bit. Let's see if I put a tiny bit of that brown into it. No, this one actually doesn't give me a great result. So if I put a bit red in as well, yeah, that gives me a bit of a gray here. See? Just keep mixing when you get what you want. And then I'm trying to put some sort of a shadows quickly into that little fox. So, so I'm putting some into her arms. I'm going to, of course, soften them the moment they look like they're very. I'm putting something for the eyes. I'm not putting anything on her chin, and I'm putting something in the legs like this because they're going to be in the shadow. Okay, and maybe a little bit here and a little bit here. Okay, the rest I'm going to do with pencils, dabbing out my brush. And now it's just damp, it's not wet anymore, and I'm just going to go very gently into the edges and just slightly softening them. This is more so kind of help with pencils, you know. I will add some pencil work to it, but to make my life a bit easier, I'm going to put some base down. And underneath those feathers, she has a fancy costume on, very fancy, with feathers and crown and everything. So I'm going to just put a little bit of a shadow under there, stabbing it, and are those pants or are they just here on the leg? It looks like she has, oh silly me, this is actually the leg. The one I shaded was the boot. Okay. Okay, that's okay. That wasn't very clever. Okay, I need to change the shading with pencils then. You know, the colors for the tube. And essentially, that should be it. And now I'm taking tiny bit of this. That's not very great pink, but I'm just going to use it to drop into the ears. Okay, just softening it slightly. I'm basically mapping up the areas where the pencils will go. And also there's going to be little rosy cheeks. So for the tag, this is going to be the prompt rosy cheeks, and it's going to be Winter Wonderland. If I eventually get it ready. Well, thank you, Louise. You're very understanding. Don't be sorry, you're busy painting. Oh, Emma, hi. Hi. Oh, okay. Oh, Diane. I didn't even see it. Oh, did I say hello to you? If I didn't, I'm sorry. Hi. Dante, you misidentify the details as well. Yes. It can be quite a challenge to figure out what is going on here. So yeah, I'll fix it later on, and if nothing else happens, well, there's acrylic markers. Things can always be figured out and fixed. Okay, so those feathers, I don't know what color I'm going to do them. I think they're supposed to be kind of the same color as the snow, this kind of a creamy effect. So I'm going to put that here as well. I'm actually taking kind of the idea from here because I'm not really sure what's happening. And I also need to put some shadow into the skates and boots of that little cactus. I think it's supposed to be a cactus. This is a charming book. And I might just put some pink down over that dress, or as pink as I can get in this situation here, because that's very muted. But you know, this can be boosted with pencils, and will be boosted with pencils. I'm just putting down the base. Okay. Okay, now I need to do the sky. Hopefully it's now dry enough that I can actually go there and put the sky in. So I'm taking once again Buddha's head. Literally Buddha's head. Hi Diane. Now, and I'm trying to now get in there, because it's really awkward here in the kind of basically in the fold. Now I need to work a little bit more precisely here, so I have a smaller brush, because between those trees now, oops, I'm losing things again. Okay, should it be, I don't know what it's supposed to be here, but we're just going to create something. Oh no. The tree trunk is here. Yeah, here I need to kind of pay a little bit more attention, because it's a bit tighter area, and I don't really want to bleed it all over the place here, because it's going to be a pain to clean it up from the very light snow areas. And I do want this fairly, I like the idea of this fairly unconventional snow. Do you know what I mean? With more of a creamy shadows. I will probably add some other colors. I don't know if I'm going to add some other colors into it. Maybe I'll just leave the snow like golden. Snow is this color when at night time you can see that similar color of the snow when it's in the town and you have street lights, and that kind of gives a similar effect to the snow. I don't know if you've seen it. Snow in street lights. So in my head this is what's happening here, you know, this is this pond lit by some sort of a street lights or artificial lights, and that's why all the snow is kind of slightly golden or creamy. Your line cover. Oh, Candace, you're watching and listening while you are line covering with gel pen. Oh, the effect of covered lines can be so nice, and I like, in most of my pages I like the look, but boy, you never really realize how long it takes before you're kind of into it. It just can almost take a third of the time of the page to get all the line work covered and kind of blended out and kind of smoothly covered the way I like it. Okay, my voice is a bit going. I don't know what's going on. The sound is gone, my voice is going. Okay. I'm keeping the paint fairly thick here, you can see. This is another thing with the kind of like this sort of a Chinese paint. you keep it in this fairly creamy consistency, it goes down, as you can see, very smooth. Even on the paper that doesn't exactly love watercolor, you can get pretty smooth results on first go, which is why I like it occasionally. My first love will probably always be, proper transparent watercolor, but in coloring books, I think these can be really useful. The other ones that kind of from European ones that have kind of similar, Maya loves them very much, are Prima watercolors. I don't have as many as her, but I have a fair bit. Yes, doing a moon sign mandala in Luna by Stratton Peterson, and there's so much water. Oh gosh. Oh, I feel for you, Candace. That takes ages, but the result is going to be great. You're going to love it once it's done. So that's something. And that's the main thing, really, to love the results. Though I'm all for process. Sometimes it's more about process than it is the result, because I might not even be super crazy about how it came out at the end, but it might still be a successful page in my head because I really enjoyed doing it. So to me, this would be the most important thing, that you really had a good time doing it. But then for some pages I do go for result. Like if I have a picture in my head, this is how I want this page to look like, then I can go, like I did that, my only page so far of this year. I think I worked for 5 or 6 nights on it, but I knew what I wanted it to be. And I got 80% there, I'd say, 75-80% there. And then I was like, nope, I'm done. This page is now finished. Is there a video? Chris? Okay, alright. Phew! That scared me. It's like, okay, first there's issues with sound, then there's issues with video. Please, what's going on? Technical issues galore. Okay. See how easy. And I don't need to really do another layer there because it's smooth enough. Louise, today I got my Andy Skinner Cosmic Shimmer watercolor inks. I bought them for card making. I want to try them in some coloring books. Andy Skinner Cosmic Shimmer watercolor inks? Okay, that sounds really interesting. Oh, hi, Colin Soul Alchemy. Sorry, what was your name again? Oh, I know your name. I've seen your videos. I'm so sorry. Can you say your name? Because, I can't remember now. Your art is amazing. You are absolutely fantastic. Andrea, yes, I know it was A something, but I didn't want to say. I thought Amanda for a while. It's like, no, it's not Amanda. It's not Amanda. It's Andrea. Hi, Andrea. I was in awe of your coloring. Absolutely amazing. But you're artist. No interruptions. Totally. Yeah, oh, Chris, okay, your own technical issues. Phew! Good. Okay, so yeah, cheap watercolors can be pretty decent. And sometimes on crappy paper or, you know, coloring book paper, they can perform better than your higher end ones. Is everyone in America okay? We're fine. Okay, that's good. Diane, I'm going to share a big homemade fixative tip in my first video very soon. Testing it in this book now. It's working. Stay tuned. Ooh, okay, okay. I want to know everything about it. I love mixing up stuff, and like, I would have been probably an alchemist in another life. Yeah, okay, now I need to, okay, it's wet on the sides here, so let's go do the green cactus first. I want the only green I have is very kind of cool, slightly viridian, so I'm going to warm it up a bit. But I want it still nice and creamy. So I'm going to add a bit of yellow to it, see if that helps me, but I probably will need to add a little bit of red as well. To kind of mute it a bit more. Although it's not bad, even. Okay, I keep contaminating my pans. This tends to be a habit of mine. Okay. Yeah, that's now a bit more muted. Maybe I muted a tiny bit, a little bit too much. So let's go in with more yellow and a tiny bit more green. Which is a bummer because, okay, now I got where I wanted. This is the green I wanted. Andrea is amazing. Like, watching her coloring a page is like magic. Louise, Cosmic Shimmer is the company. Yes, I know them. I've had stuff from them. Andy Skinner is the fellow who designed them and stamps. Okay. And are they like inks? Like, basically, it sounds like, because it's Cosmic Shimmer, it sounds like they might have some mica or some glittery stuff in them. Or am I wrong? And are they ink pads or are they actual ink bottles? You had me at Shimmer, Louise. Candace, you're priceless. Oh, you people, you make my life better. Okay, why did I now just grab a bit of gouache from my palette? Okay, fine. Of course it's going to run. What did you think Axically was going to do? Huh? Okay. Managed to save it, more or less. Okay, now I might take that red and also add it a little bit to the Desert Fox's dress, because otherwise there's nothing else that would be nice and red. You are running, but you won't escape. Okay, so now I need to put in brown there, and then I might put a little bit of kind of a bluish grayish into the snowflakes, and then I'm going to put yellow here, and then I'm going to leave it to dry and move to another page, because that's just kind of a pale base that I wanted here. I wish I could send pictures so I can work out what Flossie's new toy is. Love anything shimmery. Emma. You can always do that on Insta. What? Actually, somebody had that idea when we talked about our future big fundraiser in February. I don't know if you're aware, we probably are by now, that we are doing this big February Coloring for Cancer. initiative that Piggy Pence kicked off and is organizing. A lot of work, kudos to her. And we're starting it with a big kind of a 24-hour stream when 16 colorists, YouTubers, are all streaming 80 minutes of that time, coloring, chatting, and kind of trying to raise funds for cancer. And then whole February is going to be kind of, everybody is welcome to come up with their own ideas and try to contribute to the cause. And we were thinking at some stage that it would be kind of cool to have like an Instagram group for the stream, or each stream could have maybe own Instagram group or whatever, people would decide, and people could actually kind of send in what they are coloring and what they are doing, the photos, into that Instagram group, so we could discuss things together on the stream. I could do maybe something like that, kind of like a stream chat link when I start the stream on Insta. And then we could share photos as well, and what all of us are doing. What are you coloring at the moment? Because sadly you can't share the photos on YouTube here. Okay, so your shimmer watercolor inks. Okay, now Kat says, I love anything shimmering glittery. I'm with you there, Kat. I love sparkly stuff. Louise, watercolor inks, no glitter in these. Ink bottles with a dropper. Okay. So they're similar in the build like distress inks, those bottles. They're re-inkers essentially. Shimmer is always nice. Yes, it is. Okay. I'm looking for Emma sent a photo, and I have a tablet. I have a fantastic little tablet that I can actually put into the screen because it has the matte screen, so I won't have the horrible glare. Oh my gosh, I have many messages here. I need to deal with it. That's a toy? I think that's from a this looks like it's from dryer. The ventilation tube thing? No? What do you think, people? At the moment, it would take me too long to put it actually on the screen, but hopefully you can see from the photo. Doesn't it look like vacuum cleaner, or to me it looked like something from a dryer? The condenser dryers that you have to attach to the wall, or washing machine, or dishwasher, some sort of a water pipe attachment. Everybody is saying it's vacuum cleaner, so people are wiser than me, definitely. Vera, that's a good idea. Di thinks also that the chat is a good idea, and Vera thinks that you can also send all the links to the streamers in them when people are switching. Yes. It's just a link essentially that you put in the beginning of the chat. Well, I would put in the beginning of the chat when I start streaming, and then we have basically Instagram chat where everybody can just join and send photos. We can talk about things together. Everybody can see on their own screens. Switch over to Instagram for a moment and see what photo it is. I think it's a kind of a decent idea, and would also let us share more, because it does tend to be one-sided, obviously. Okay, maybe let's not color the snowflake brown. What do you think? I won't do that today. I tend to color over everything. I have this habit that I'd rather come back and deal with some sort of a opaque material than try to color around it, because that's a pain. So I just ruthlessly color over everything. But here, because I want to kind of leave things fairly light, at least for the beginning. It would be nice to actually have some elements that I don't color over. What is this thing? Okay. Emma, it came out from behind the washing machine. Okay, Emma, check your washing machine, because it might be one of those hoses that are super necessary to have behind the washing machine. You might have a flood if that thing is missing. Something that, you know, is meant for moving water around there or draining the water, and suddenly, whoops, so gone. So maybe it's something actually quite essential. Candace, that Reddit hub is a hoot. Okay, I missed something. What? Reddit? What's this? Okay, I need to check that out as well, because that sounds hilarious. Emma, my dad says it's from under the sink, so don't do any washing up. Washing up? What's that? Oh, oh. Yeah, I kind of won't get away without it, sadly. Wouldn't that be great? But that's what you have dishwasher for. I don't put everything in dishwasher. Like, for big dishes, I actually do by hand. You know, the like pots and pans and that sort of stuff. Because that just makes more sense to me. And washing machine often doesn't clean them properly. Not washing machine, dishwasher. Do not put your pots and pans into the washing machine. I don't think it's a good idea. So there. I don't know what's here. I think there's going to be a bit of a shadow there. So there's going to be snow here. Okay, yeah. And the bench is going to be brown. Okay, what am I missing now? I meant to put a little excuse me, a little bit of kind of a blue tones into the snowflakes, because I think I'm actually going to make them kind of darker in this scene. Water drain hose. Candace, who found out now? Washer drain hose. See, I was kind of right that it's something water related. Bloody ferrets. No, that's what paper plates are for. No wonder your pans aren't getting cleaned. Cat, dinner is ready. I'll be watching Boyard. Bye, Cat. Bon appetit. Okay, let's pop some blue into those. I like this blue for the snowflakes. Okay, I'm going to mix it a little bit, or kind of soften it a little bit. I have a lot of green left over now, So I will feel after this that I need to put green somewhere. You know that. You know that, don't you? I don't like throwing away paint. So if something is left over like this, I tend to go and look for a page that's specifically to put down that green somewhere. And then my soul is at peace. Okay, so I'm going to put some blue into this. And yes, it looks awful, but I'm not trying to do something super tidy here. And now I'm going over with my brush gently, and I think I'm going to afterwards, put a little bit of a shading into them, maybe something shiny also, and then some gel penning or acrylic or something like that for the edges. So I'm actually going to make, in this instance, the snowflakes darker than the scene, I think. So, do your pants go into the dishwasher? No, we only got plates and cups and cutlery and that sort of stuff into the dishwasher. Kind of the big cooking dishes I tend to do by hand. Because you need to get the stuff off them anyway. You can't just put all the crusty stuff directly into the dishwasher. You need to clean them anyway before you put them into the dishwasher. So I tend to just clean them then. Okay. So some color in there. Trying to be careful. I wanted that bit of a kind of, the snow. But some of it has that creamy color and some of it has more traditional kind of a color, like this. Oh, good night, Vera. Night, night. You're welcome. Sorry about the sound once again. Oops. Okay, that was weird. I am also choking on something. I don't know what it is. Alright. Did anyone watch that episode of Extreme Cheapskates when she cooked lasagna in the dishwasher? Do you know, I have a vague memory of seeing something like that. I don't watch much TV, but somehow that sounds super familiar. I don't think that's a good idea. And I don't think you really save much with it, to be honest. Okay, I have a couple of more snowflakes. My friend says he has a dishwasher. She's called Emma. Oh. I don't know anybody who super enjoys washing dishes, so. I can deal with it, but I have this thing that I have to wash the dishes as soon as I finish cooking. I don't like to wait until people have finished eating, because by then everything has dried up and it's about 4 times more work and a lot more pain than if you just, finish cooking, immediately wash them, everything just pretty much glides off. So I have the habit of basically not sitting down before the dishes are done, well, big dishes. 20, we used the dishwasher as a training station for wash dishes for almost 12 years before actually using it. Is it that it wasn't connected, or you just felt that it was more better to wash them by hand? Because when I got the dishwasher, I didn't have it for the longest time. But when we finally got it, when we got this house. In the previous house we didn't have a dishwasher. Everything was done by hand. And, it wasn't really that much of a problem, to be honest. Then once we got it, then I wouldn't really want to go back doing them all by hand. Although then you have constant fights who's going to be putting away the dishes. Just trying not to go too much out of the lines. A little bit maybe, but too much. Almost there. Not too many snowflakes now left. I might even put some extra colors into them. I don't know yet. Maybe some kind of add to this page, maybe a little bit of a kind of a pale purple or lavender would work pretty nice here. Oh, hi Cindy. Hi, good morning. Sorry about the sound. It is what it is. I don't know what's happening, but I will hopefully figure it out. It's been a drama with sound. We've tried to fix it, but it's a little bit better than it was, but it's not great. Okay, and now I'm going to drop some yellow into these sparkles here, and then this page will go to the side and we'll work on something else because it needs to dry a bit. Now these ones are all going to be kind of a golden sparkles, but I'm not going to bother about that too much. Actually, I will drop some blue into these kind of, I think those round things are supposed to be snow as well. So, oops, that was too strong. Okay. Can I wash it out? I went a bit overboard here. Okay, that's better. Just tiny bit. And here, see, I keep making it too dark if I just take it with a water brush. Okay. Here we go, here we go. Almost there. Oops, still too dark. Okay. Clean up around it. I take a bit more off here and put it here. Okay, and that's it. Now this one will go to the side and the base is down, and I need to put some pencils on top now. That's about it. And then maybe some oops, I forgot this bit here. Sorry, I forgot one weird snow bit here. I will probably put some stars into the sky or something like this, you know, decorate it a bit. Okay, so let's have a look. What chat am I missing? I don't want to miss anything. Yeah, about the woman who did the lasagna in the dishwasher. Emma says, yeah, no, it wasn't a good idea. She also picked all the grapes off the bunch, so she didn't have to pay for the stalks. Okay, that's dedication. Then the dishwasher. It was connected. We just thought washing by hand was better. Yeah, I kind of see your point. Candace, I saw a funny meme about AI. I wanted AI to do dishes and laundry so I have time to work on music and art. Not do my music and art so I have more time to wash dishes and do laundry. Yeah. Oh, I kind of agree there. Okay, I actually need. I just saw a couple of these bits which I missed. So I'm going to quickly mix together something and drop into these areas. Okay, and dissolve it a little bit. And here, there should be a bit of a shadow there, since it's very distinctly, yeah. And I might put that slightly darker one here as well, since I have it now pre-mixed. And just diffuse it out, so we'll have to do less shading there. See, that's typical me now. I'm saying, I'm finished, and then, no, actually I'm not. That is so me. And that's how my pages take years. At least it feels like that sometimes. Okay, so that's done. Well, not done, but it's based, and now it really needs to dry and rest. Oh yeah, Emma, you definitely need to call somebody, or possibly your dad, to sort out that situation for you. I want more time to color. We all need more time to color, gosh. I would just, I think we need to win a lottery and then basically do coloring as our full-time hobby slash, I don't want it to be job actually. That would be bad, because the moment it starts feeling like a job, I will probably back off and do something else. That is why I think YouTubers need to be a bit careful. Well, I feel for myself anyway that I need to be a bit careful about, you know, how much you commit to, and you know, how many videos you release and how many promises you make, because if you put too much pressure on yourself, it eventually just burns you out and it starts feeling like a job, and then kind of takes away the joy of coloring and the fun of it, I think. That kind of happened to me with card making. I was really big into it, and you know, back then it was more about blogs. You know, I had some YouTube videos up as well. If you actually go very, very bottom of my library, there's some old coloring, you know, for card making coloring videos there from ages ago. I was doing mainly alcohol markers then, and Prismacolor pencils and so much. So, and eventually I was on so many design teams, and there were so many commitments, and pretty much like every day of the week I had to almost publish something, or like almost 4 or 5 days a week I need to have a card ready, and it just felt like a job. It's like there was no way, for example, that I was able to, when I eventually went to work, that I was able to, because I was at that stage for a while at home with young kids, and I was not able to carry on like that after I went back to work. It was just not viable. And also I kind of lost the joy of it, because obviously, you know, if you do something so intensely, it kind of becomes, it drains the fun out of it. Oh, Serena, hi Serena. Yes, I will try to check out the microphone software and everything, you know, what can be done. I haven't got a slightest clue what's happening, because like I used that, I think 2 days ago for recording stuff. Even, was it? Yeah, 2 days ago, and everything was hunky-dory, and suddenly, you know, there's issues. Well, Louise, I saw a video where a lady made mashed potatoes in her kitchen sink with bags of potato chips. Looked like home. That sounds disgusting. Ugh. Dante, I have to sign off. Dinner time here. Don't have any Korean or Japanese coloring book, but made progress on 2 whips in Hannah Carson book. I enjoyed the session. Bye, everyone. Bye. Hope to see you again. Bye. That's just unnecessary. Emma shows AI was invented by a man. Comments. Oh, Andrea, I am the same. Always say I'm done and then continue on and on. Never know when to stop with the page. Yeah, mine go on for bleeding ever. But then there comes a moment when you just say, nope, I'm now tired of this page. I don't care if it's finished or not. Well, it's kind of would be for most of people, but you're like, nothing is going to change it so drastically anymore. And if I'm not happy with it, then that's it, you know. When the joy drains, then you just need to stop. Chris, this is the first time I've joined the YouTube live chat. I forgot how much fun it is to participate in chat room. Yes, isn't it great? It's so lovely. It's like sitting down with friends in a nice cozy cafe or pub or whatever. You might have beers. I don't know. I'm not gonna tell if you do. I'm having water. Sorry, not beer. And just have a chat about things we actually like and enjoy. Candace, I swear I played Red Dead Redemption 2 like it was my job. Oh, now I'm super burned out on it, which is why my hobby ADD has me coloring. Yeah, understand. Yeah. Was Red Dead Redemption the Wild West one? Sorry about my ignorance. I did not play that one. I know that my husband had that one at some stage. It was kind of a sandbox, wasn't it? And kind of really wide and flexible world. Okay, now I know definitely, because Emma said, love the different horses in Red Dead. Yep. Yeah, the graphics are absolutely amazing in this one. Yeah, I know now. Yeah, I know my hubby played that. Not as intensely as you did, possibly, but he did play that. Yeah. So we are talking about the same game, or thinking of the same game. I wasn't sure. Serena, oh yes, the horses with the different breeds. And the storyline. Oops. Okay, so this page. I think I need pencils. Because if it was one-sided book, I would go in with alcohol markers here. But I don't really want to kill that side totally. I'm, highly doubtful that I will get to that double page spread here soon. But it is a really nice one. So I don't really want to kill it. I don't know how watercolors work in this book. I will try quickly at the back, but I am kind of pretty sure that I am going to just put, oops, I'm losing things here, that I'm just going to go in with pencils in the sky here, which is going to take a while because, you know yourself, big surfaces with pencils, it's gonna be a bit of a work. Annika, okay, Serena, completely different topic. Annika, thoughts on the new big Artex set of alcohol markers? 160, if I'm not mistaken. Chris. Vicky, enjoy watching you chuck every type of medium at your books, regardless of paper. Well, that's the thing. They are my books. They are for me, for having fun and for enjoying them. I don't think being too precious about them, at least for me, would be very healthy. It's just... that's what they're for, for me to enjoy them. The Artex markers. Now, I have not seen a proper swatch, so I don't know about the color balance. Because I don't plan to get them myself. I'm swimming in alcohol markers at the moment. I don't need any more. Well, famous last words, people, okay? You probably, come in 3 months' time, and here I am with my brand new 160 set of Artex alcohol markers. Please no. But I do like the Artex pastel set a lot. They have Ohuhu pastels are very good, don't get me wrong. They have very balanced set of pastels. You pretty much have everything you need. But what is missing for me is that if you know Copics a bit, they have those 0000 colors, the very, very, very light ones for blending out instead of blending things out with to almost nothing with alcohol blender. You have those super lights. Well, the Artex pastel set has those very, very light colors, which I really, really like. And I like the colors there as well. They're quite different from Ohuhu pastels. So, even if you did have Ohuhu pastels, Artex wouldn't be like excess set, it would be a complementary set. It would work together because the colors are different. I like their brushes a lot. They are nice, soft brushes. I don't know, like, better or worse than Ohuhu ones. My daughter likes Artex ones better as the brushes. I sometimes like Ohuhu ones better. They are a bit softer brush than Ohuhu brush, the regular Ohuhu brush. I have also had, that was a while ago now, their set of yellows and browns, which I had for a long time and therefore can testify that they click very well. They don't dry out just by standing, kind of staying on your shelves. So they last decently, at least mine, did. I didn't have a single one just to dry out without me using it, just because the seal on the lid or the top wasn't very good. What I didn't like about them was that they're well, I don't know now with the new ones would that be different, but I found that the colors of the kind of the color identifying plastic bits at the top, on the markers was worse than even Ohuhu's. Like you couldn't really tell. Now, in all the fairness, the pastel set actually has pretty good, compared to the previous kind of the yellow and brown set I had pretty decent matches. That they weren't as off as the old ones were. So maybe the new one is better, but I haven't really paid much attention. Sorry, I went on to the long tangent about Artex Oros. I apologize. You ask me questions, you take the consequences. Okay, so I meant to try I'm just taking a random watercolor which is nearby. I have nearby this set. Serena, famous last words, I use that line all the time when it comes to art supplies. Do you feel that they blend easier than the Uhuhus, Serena? Okay, now people who say that often about the pastels. The pastel sets, I have to say that Artex pastels do blend exceptionally well. Now I haven't, and I remember also that the kind of yellows, and they used to sell Oros markers by colorways. Basically they have sets of like 40 or 48 of yellows and browns or blues or reds. So I had the yellows and browns set, and I do have to say that they did blend really well. And I think, okay, I don't want to swear it because I haven't tested the new ones, okay? I'm going by my old experience. But yes, I think they are a bit better blending. I think they might have a bit better inks than the Ohuhu ones. Then again, the best inks on the market are actually, to me anyway, if you go by alcohol markers, are pro markers. But you're hardly going to go and buy your pro markers. But if you I think that these ones are the best inks around. Better than Copics, I think, or pro markers. The inks, okay, not the brushes, not the marker design necessarily, but the pro marker inks are the most beautiful, the cleanest. They blend like dream, and the colors are also fantastic. So this is just bonus. Okay, this is a different paper, so I have to try watercolor on somewhere else. Okay, there's a map, which I'm probably not going to do anyway, so I'm going to toss some watercolor down here randomly. You send help. Oh gosh, see, that's the problem. I did enjoy Oros as well, and I liked Oros a lot, and they do blend well. They are very juicy also. I thought at the time that they feel juicier, kind of wetter. Maybe that's probably because also that they blend better. They are quite juicy, so obviously, the juicier the marker, it's going to blend better, because it's going to kind of create a wetter surface. Okay, Emma, I played from Final Fantasy 7 right up to Final Fantasy 13 until my PlayStation stopped working. Still haven't gotten PS5 out of its box. I think the channel Wendy's Coloring had new markers. Okay. I've been a bit off form, therefore I haven't even watched much YouTube. Or if, like, I watched a couple of movies with my daughter and stuff like this, but kind of I've tried to be in a bit, investing some time in family type of a thing. Okay, let's put some yellow. Okay, now we'll see. Moment of truth. How is water going to behave here? Okay, people. And do you know what? I will try something. I have ideas. This actually might be, yeah. Do you know, people, we have possibly found one of the gems, but I'm going to look at the other side before I decide. Okay, it starts now. Yeah. At first, when I put the watercolor down, it was moving on the paper very well. It didn't sink immediately. Now you can see it's starting to go through. But I did, in the areas where I put water on top of water, essentially. So here, yeah, you definitely, if you just put watercolor down and kind of do the shading that you have, let's say you have green, okay, and you want to do color variations with the first go, you just put green down, and then with a water brush you work it like this, until it's gone and you have a bit of a shading. But you can see even here that yes, it does sink in. The yellow was just a light color and I didn't feel it right away, but you can see how it's kind of sunk in here. And how is the bleed through? Yeah, with the one layer it doesn't go through. You can base with watercolor, but not really do much elaborate watercolor work. Let me check also with water-based markers, because I always tend to check that, which ones came into my hand first. Oh, this was up. See, that's my lost white acrylic marker that was in a bunch of my my water-based markers. Surprise! Okay, I'm taking a small element and I'll see if that works here. That's green. What shall I make with that green? Okay. Maybe here, that corner of the road. Yeah, that sinks in immediately. Yeah, that's not gonna work. I was just checking, maybe I can dilute those direct on the paper, but nope, that's not going to work. That's fine. Yeah. No, the paper is not pilling. It's not pilling. Well, if you rubbed it enough, it probably would be pilling, but no, not in the first go like that. You can totally get the kind of a layer of color down like this here. I wouldn't go mad with water, and I wouldn't go over the same area twice while the paper is still wet. You can, after it dries, then you can go and add more shading, but quickly, only one layer at a time. If you go over a wet area again with the wet brush and color, it will sink through like there's no tomorrow. Okay, let me look at the chat that Emma, gosh, I love my pro markers. Yes, they are fantastic. Serena, thank you for sharing your insights. Always enjoy when you share your view on different art supplies. You're very thorough. Yeah, that's the problem. I tend to go on tangents. But thank you. You're welcome. I mean, Candace, I got really lucky at Michael's a few years ago, and I got a bunch of Copic Chow markers for, wow, 90 cents each. Wow. That, how that could even happen, I have not a clue, but that's basically nothing for them. Now just filling in my colors with some hoo-hoos, but I did wonder about the Artex. Yes, Artex is just kind of behind a bit, I think, because of hoo-hoo got the foot into the door at first and was really good at marketing their markers through different artists, and through YouTube. They were really good at kind of pushing their brand. And now they have become pretty much the prevalent kind of budget markers, although they're not that budget anymore, let's be honest. Rooting card. Chris is rooting hard for watercolor. My friend's son has a t-shirt that says the Wi-Fi stopped working, so I had to spend time with my family. They seem like nice people. Oh, that's pretty much our house. Well, not as bad as that now, but sometimes trying to get them down to go, to eat the dinner can be a bit of an adventure. Oh no, going to have to try chows now. Prayers for my wallet. Copic chows and Copic sketch. There's are essentially. The difference between them is the body. Sketch has the kind of an oval body that doesn't roll off the table, because chows are kind of round like your hoo-hoos. Chows have this. Sketch has this kind of an oval shape, so when you put them on the desk, they just don't start rolling. And the other difference is that. Technically, they say that chows are not refillable and sketch are refillable. You can fill chows. That's just kind of a marketing thing. We have exactly the same brush as chows. The only difference is I think they might have a little bit less ink, not sure, and that they don't have all the colors that sketch do. Sketch are more expensive and they have more colors. That's pretty much it. Other than that, they work exactly the same. as chows. So why did I start talking about this? I don't know. You use Diane, I use Sue color alcohol markers for a good budget price. They are pretty good for the price. However, I haven't done any testing or comparison. I use Ohuhu for my nicer projects and good paper. I didn't even know that Sue color had alcohol markers. I don't think Sue color is as readily available here as it is in States. It seems to be more of a it seems to be that it's more kind of a sold or readily kind of be available anyway in US or across the pond altogether. Like I don't think they sell Sue color stuff here much at all. I love your description, Candace. They were in the bin and I kept looking around like, am I really getting these? Who's gonna stop me at the door? Curses, just thinking about doing a whole background in pencil makes my hands hurt. Yeah, it can be a bit of a pain. So I'm trying to now figure out, should I maybe try to put some soft pastels underneath and then go on top of with pencils, or should I just go for pencils? Because if the ink doesn't, if the watercolor doesn't spread, if it sinks in like it does, the effects I want to do, I can't really do with water them. That won't look great. I would have to fight afterwards with paper a lot to make something out of it. Which book is this? Sorry, Louise. This is the book that is called Yukako Ode is the author. Oh, sorry, this was Google Translate now did that for me. I haven't got a clue if it actually did it right. And it's called Animals Fantasy Season. I can show you the ISBN. Here it is. If you want to look for it, it's really nice. I like that book a lot. I like the art style here. It's your standard kind of a 10-inch ish book. But look at that, it's just so sweet. It has slightly kind of a folk arty feel, I think. But you can also go with it, in a different direction altogether. So it's really nice. It's basically the bears, kind of this travels, and there's some really cool spreads. But I often prefer to do just a one page, because spreads take me so long. Okay, people, are we going to brave soft pastels? Because I'm kind of getting low-key depressed here, thinking about doing it all in pencil, the whole background. At least, some base would be welcome. Okay, so I need my soft pastel tools, and I need the tips. I have these. They're actually for pan pastels, but I use them for this. Oops. Okay, I'm gonna leave you here. I want to put down some color variations. Okay, I missed something. Maybe try a 3-color family open stock set. Oh yes, yeah, that's a good idea. Am I the only one that doesn't really understand the hype around Ohuhu markers? My friend got me some touch mark alcohol markers, and honestly I don't see much difference to Ohuhu. Ohuhu is okay. I'm not saying they're good, I'm not saying they're bad, I'm saying they're okay. They will As I said, they are great at marketing. They're really great at selling their brand, which is why I think they are as big as they are. Okay, let me see if I can actually get, these are supposed to be like very soft. Can I get actually some color off it like this, or do I have to do the dusty thing? We'll see. Okay, so I'm going to push some yellows down like this. I'm putting down the kind of a light parts first, and then I think I might need to do the craft knife thing. Okay, good old craft knife comes out, and I might use that lid. No, that's not good. Okay, I have my famous Caran d'Ache palette here. You can use that. But when a Hoo came out, I was already using pro markers and just preferred them. I have a champagne taste and a Count Simba budget. Oh, no. You're funny. Candace, I had the water issue in my Korean Momo Girl book, and I ended up using gel crayons and gelatos on my background, since I don't have pan pastels, or a good place to spray the fixative. Yeah. Thank you, Serena. I wasn't sure people would get it. I recently saw some, Chris, I recently saw someone use Neo tools blended with damp soft tools. Looked amazing. Oh yeah, I think I know that one. Yes. But I don't feel like messing with Neos at the moment. So, here we go. Okay, I don't need much of that color. And I need this one. Okay, and I need really bright blue would be necessary here. And then I need some violet, or kind of a, light purple or pink. Probably this is this is probably the best option for me. Yeah. And then after that I need something dark, which doesn't really exist in this palette, but I can put some base down. But I think I need to use this kind of an indigo-ish color. But I need to put down the yellows first. Hi Jackie. You're still going then? Yes I am. Yes I am. Okay, so I'm going to put some yellow. Okay, now it goes down more like I want it to go down. And a bit here maybe. And a bit here and here. And up there. Another one up there. Up there. And maybe a little bit up here and up here. And maybe shorter ones here, slightly shorter. And this bit I think I'm going to leave dark. I need something here as well. Okay, and maybe here. Okay, and the next color I'm going in with is green. It's kind of more of an aqua color. Here I'm not trying to be tidy, I'm just putting the colors down the way I feel like it would work for me. Maybe I do kind of try to create myself a line they're all going to come out from. I think I need more of that aqua. Okay, and here too. And I will need here a couple of pieces. There's a line here, I think, that needs to be like this, and it comes here. And then there should be, we need to go straight up like this. And this one here as well, I need to put the line down so I know how it's going, how it's moving. So maybe like this. And then with the pencils afterwards, I will kind of soften everything up. Okay, not soften, but kind of tidy everything up. Okay, and now I need to move to blue. Okay, so blue. I could use eyeshadow sponge. Candies. Cool. Does anyone know how light fast Languor pens would be? I have a window project in mind. You mean Languor gel pens? On the window? Will they actually go down on glass very well? I'm not sure. Oops, I went wrong way with them. I need to go straight up, and I need to kind of make sure that there's going to be this is my first time ever doing Northern Lights, and I've never practiced either, so no clue what I'm doing. One thing good about soft pastels is that anything that you don't like, it's very easy to just erase them from the spots that you weren't really happy about how they came out. But they're going to be tidied up with pencils anyway. I'm just putting kind of rough base down here. These pastels actually go down surprisingly vibrant and strong, considering. Do I color on the page or scribble onto plastic? I'll try both. I use damp cotton bud on Nia's do's before. All depends on your paper, because it can peel the paper doing that sort of thing, and a very gentle touch is needed. Oh, Jackie, okay. I have never tried that one. And, which I don't have, says. Happy Catastrophe got some sort of pastel blending tools from Temu. Yeah, we're doing it first time live. That's it, Candace. I haven't got a clue what I'm doing. Once again, I'm just winging it. That's pretty much my modus operandi, let's be honest. I'm just winging it. I get this, a picture in my head, and I'm trying to match it, and usually I don't exactly match it, but I'm going to achieve at least, something, and I've played, and I've tried, and I've learned something in a process, so that's always positive. And if it goes into the snow or anywhere, on the other elements on the page, it doesn't matter, because soft pastels are so easy to just erase. These ones are really actually good. I'm very impressed with these. Because they go up, like usually they wouldn't go down as vibrant as these ones. Okay, and I need to, where's my cloth? My beautiful cloth. It's just wiping excess off, because I want to go into the pink now, and just drop some pink in as well. in some areas, just a little bit. Okay. And here maybe above here. Okay, and now I need to shake some of that dust off. I don't want to wipe it. I'm going to put it over the bin and do this movement with my finger behind the page to get the dust off. That's the best way to get the dust off. See, dust gone. And I don't smear it all over the place that way. With the brush you can still smear it a bit, you know, in the areas you don't necessarily want it. But if you do like this behind the page, loose page, over the bin, I have this big white bin next to my desk here that basically just kicks off all the crumbs and you get kind of a clean working surface. Okay, so now I need to take clean-ish. Where's my oh, here's some brushes that I can use. Oops. Okay, these are just kind of a blending brushes. I'm going to give it a couple of softening brushes like this. And now I'm just blowing. I don't wipe anything off, I just blow stuff off. Okay, and now I need to go in with darks, and I need to first get rid of the lights. And if you're working with soft pastels, try not to get anything or any area you're working in wet, because then you kind of... So I almost went in and wiped that surface with slightly damp from watercoloring rag, and that would have been a really big mistake, because they essentially kind of becomes permanent stains if you put water into them, and they don't blend or move anymore the way at all. You can, you know, I have seen people actually use soft pastels with water, and it's a different way of working, but I haven't tested it myself, so I don't really want to go there at this stage. So I'm going to put some of that down. And I need quite a bit of it, because the rest of the sky now needs to be... I'll try to take as dark as I can. Oh, I wanted to do smoke as well with the previous colors. Oh, okay, I'm going to need to put some color down. Darn it. Okay, I'm going to take that color for the smoke, and maybe that color, and maybe a little bit of that pink, because I would like to have a smoke coming from the chimney, and I forgot about doing that, because I'm a feather brain. Okay, I'm missing bits in the chat again, and I cannot be missing stuff. Okay, Serena colors, Candace, I think it very much depends on the paper you're going to try, the technique, or maybe try both on a test page within the book you're working on, and see which option suits. Yes, that's always the best advice. Jackie, you can cut out a stencil of salted paper and use a soft pastel to create the northern lights, and it leaves a clean edge. I want kind of a like more softer edge than, you know, super clean edge. Candace. Serena, I'm loving how the northern lights are coming along. I think as long as it's pigment-based acrylic gel ink, it will be at least semi-light fast, Chris. Yes, if it's not acrylic. Acrylics are, because of the binder they have, they're mostly, you know, kind of light fast to start with. So I kind of want to put some colors. Oh, I have some dark colors in there. Okay, I'm going to change the tip. These tips come pretty cheap from. No, they're not real pan pastel. They're off-brand and other stuff, and they come in pretty big packets, and they are not expensive. So I'm being pretty generous with them. Okay, so let's take the pink first, and I'm going to drop some pink in here. Just and then I'm going to drop some lavender or light purple into it. And it's going to be a good pencil base, you know, so I don't have to go from zero. I will not be fixing that before pencils. I'm going to do only sky, and then pretty much kind of try to kick off as much loose pigment as I can, and then do pencils straight on top. And a little bit of that darker blue here as well in some areas. Yeah, this is very pigmented soft pastels. Actually, quite impressed with them. There are these ones. They're Paul Rubens. It's, I think, 48 of them there, and I'm quite impressed with them. Okay. Now, and I'm leaving it essentially at that. If I feel that I went a bit too bright in some places, I can just stick some white on top and blend it out. See, I put a little bit of white here and there. They're hand rolled, you can see they're kind of irregular shaped, you know, so they're supposedly pretty decent. Yeah, and then I'm mixing that white in a bit to soften some areas and soften the blends as well. Now I'm going to everything is now full of stuff. Okay, piles, mountains of stuff. Okay, I'm going to kick the stuff off it so I wouldn't smear it all over the page. You probably heard the way I'm flicking it off. Okay, and now we need to go into the dark blue, which I will probably need more of than I actually scraped off, but we'll scrape off more when we need it. I can also do a little bit of a clean up with that brush here just in case, and extra blending. Okie doke, where is my tool? Okay, I'm going to now wish me luck. Oh, possibly I should have put a little bit of a yellow. Oops, yeah, that didn't really work for me. Actually, kind of did, funnily enough. I'm going to turn that tool. Yeah. Just a little bit of yellow around these stars in case. Yeah, you can actually take it from there. I think I need to put, you know, most of it in with the pencil on afterwards and acrylics. But, you know, I did put some in, so that's something. Okay, I'm turning that again. So now I have the other end. So when using soft pastels, don't let Gizmo lick the page. Gotcha. That is, yeah, true. Candace, the Momo Girl book hates both Samp Newer color techniques. The paper almost stains and dries immediately. I'll try in a different book. Oh, damp Neo color. Okay, yeah, okay. I was like, what Samp? Oh, I am bummed on your behalf. Oh, Candace, sorry. Does anybody else get really annoyed when somebody disturbs their piles? Yeah, me. And here as well, you know, don't worry overly if the soft pastels, I'm controlling it somewhat, you know, it's very thin too, but if it goes somewhere that you don't want it, just take it easy. It's very easy afterwards to just erase it from anywhere you don't want it. And we're not trying to get now, you know, I don't think on this paper I can, you know, there's too little tooth to get it properly dark, but it's certainly going to help me with pencils, that I don't have to work so hard with pencils. There's some color down, the white of the paper gone. So okay, and do I have a clean sponge? No, I don't. Okay, that's the best I can do. And now I'm just softening the edges here. Okay, I actually want darker here, to be honest. I don't want the glow to be that big. I want it to be a little bit smaller. Yeah, that's better. Okay, and now I'm going to start pulling the blue into the, yeah, it doesn't, that tool doesn't want to do it for me very well. It kind of keeps wanting to come off the thing. The movement I need it to do, it doesn't want to do, so I need to be kind of slow about it, and I can't do the flick I want to do. Well, the pencils are going to fix stuff here. So it doesn't need to be super even, that blue background here. Main thing is that I get color down. And I don't have to do the whole thing with just pencils, which would be a pain. Emma, my mom came and put my piles of clothes away. Worst week of my life. I couldn't find anything. Candace, about the Momo Girl, that, yeah, all good. I have a test page in the back. Gelatos, distress ink, gel crayons seem to be the only option besides pastels. Although it could be the user error. Yeah, soft pastels. Momo has not very textured paper from what I remember, Momo Girl. So I presume it doesn't really take the soft pastels very well. Maybe I'm wrong. Depending, of course, on pastels as well. You know, pan pastels go down a bit better, and these, I have to say, are good. Okay. I'm just basically filling in. Okay, I need to get the blue here, and I'm going to try to kind of pull it down. I'm just establishing color areas really. I'm going to refine things a bit with pencils, definitely. A bit, mainly doing the pencils here. I want something underneath, because if I go in with jet pencils, that will take me so many hours. I did last time, you know, the coloring on the black background with pencils, and that actually goes faster because you don't have to fight with the white of the paper. Okay. Okay, I should have made a circle around it, but it doesn't really matter, because I need to do all that anyway with pencils afterwards. So I just need to get the color down a bit. Actually, what I should have probably done is to do it with acrylic paint. That would have been the easiest, actually, now that I think about it, but hey, too late now. Okay, I'm going to push that back. The downward movement keeps wanting to pull this blending sponge off the holder. So let's establish color here. Okay, and now I'm making sure that this is the line here of the Northern Lights. So I want the line to be kind of smooth. I want to establish the shape of them. Okay. Because the bottom of the Northern Lights is not exactly solid, but more even. It's the top that has all those lights coming up. So I'm trying to achieve something of a kind here. Well, not really, but I can't really do it with that material because it's not the perfect stuff, but I can get something, some idea established. And then it's easier to work with pencils. Okay, so Chris, Annika, did I hear you say that you won't need to fix the pastel? Will the pencil work seal it? Yes, yes. Once you put pencil on top, basically you have the wax or and oil that seals everything. All I'm doing here at the moment, it's nothing, none of that will really be visible. It's just establishing color areas and reducing a bit my work so I wouldn't have to kind of deal with the white of the paper. And also it's kind of easier to work if you have already kind of drawn yourself the map of what you're doing, which is, you know, what I've done here. I might want to kind of darken this area a bit. I feel that I have too much of the lights down here. Maybe bring them like that here, making this area darker. Okay. And this one here also. I will, you know, at the moment it looks very dirty, but I'm going to take the chalk pastels off these trees and the top of the snow here, and then it's going to be much neater looking. I should actually put some down on these as well, because I want everything fairly darkly shaded. But the thing is that then I would have to fight and kind of it would make my life much harder when I'm doing the pencil coloring. So I prefer just at the moment leave it as is. And then at the end, you know, after I've done the pencils, I might do another kind of a new base. Okay. For the Northern Lights, for, you know, everything else here. But if I just put everything down at the moment, then I'm going to smear everything around. But because it's going to be only in the sky. Okay, let's pull a bit more into it. I can kind of save things. And not possibly, you know, go over it with my hand too much and smear it all over the place. I will of course try to work so I have, like, usually it's kitchen paper under my hand, or a piece of wax paper also works very well because it's kind of gliding over it and not picking up any of the material, any of the soft chalk. And here is another one. And I think I'm mostly done now with the... I actually wanted some kind of a purplish tones here as well, kind of like ultramarine tones, but in this set that color doesn't seem to exist that I want here in the sky as well, so I will just need to put it down with pencils. So there you go, a dirty pencil base. Okay, and shaking off stuff, and now I'm doing the flicking again, otherwise this is not going to end well. Okay, already it's looking a little bit better, I think, you know, after the flicking, and now I'm also kind of cleaning it up slightly, but I'm going to once again dry clean my fingers at the moment, so I wouldn't put my wet hand in there, because then, you know, it kind of messes it really up. Jackie, Annika, have you ever used chalk pastel over acrylic base? Just wondering what it would look like with a dark blue or black acrylic base and then some bright chalk pastel colors. Wonder if it would be vibrant still. Yeah, you can put pastels on darker surfaces and they will look vibrant. The problem is if you fix them, depending on the fixative, but most fixatives kind of bring a lot of the background color back up, so it won't look as vibrant anymore. But you can, yes, they will look vibrant on the dark. Let me see if I can. Okay, if I have dark paper anywhere, I'm sure I have someplace. Okay, there is Cocoa Wire book that has loads of black backgrounds. Like a page I will probably not do. Okay, this is really badly drawn face, so there you go. This is black, obviously. And this is let's say something really bright. Okay, this is bright, and there you go. You know, that's how bright it's going to be. And the more tooth your material has, which, you know, matte acrylic really grabs it. Yeah, the problem is that if you put something wet on top, or, you know, if you put fixative on top, it does dull brightness of the material. If you put it on very, very thick, then it'll be less dull, because you know that it will become, the thicker you put it, the less transparent it's going to be. But putting a fixative on it will make it more transparent, and the darkness of the background will start glowing through. That's probably the best way of putting it. It's actually, you know, if you look at it closer than, you know, the way I'm looking at it, it's actually quite messy at the moment. But you know, there's the idea is down. It needs to be taken a lot darker than it is at the moment. But okay, where's my? This is not my good. Where's my good? I can't find my good eraser. Oh. Okay, I found you. This is the Tombow Mono Zero. And this won't work on its own, you know, just leaving it as is. Maybe, you know, through the screen it doesn't look bad or anything, but it's definitely a rough base. You know, it's a pencil base that I'm putting down. If I worked, you know, longer and harder and in more precise way, I would be possibly able to get it, you know, smoother and, you know, also usable as a pure pastel sky, but that's not what I was doing, so just taking some excess off. And even if there are, you know, there's going to be slight staining in them, but the thing is, well, if I went in with electric eraser, then there wouldn't be. But I'm not making that buzz into your ears. Your ears are tortured enough with my sound today. So so I'm just going to do it with the manual eraser, which won't take the chalk off as well. See? So that's pretty much, you know, all that needs to be done here, because all of it is going to be heavy shade anyway. This snow is actually going to be quite dark. There's going to be very little of actual white in this page. I will take it quite dark, but in this book it's harder to take it to dark, because one of the best ways to get things into dark, two ways, is either you go in with dark alcohol markers, and that's probably the easiest because you can get dark really easily, or you can, you know, watercolor is another way, but watercolor wouldn't have worked here very well, so I kind of gave up on that idea. And now I'm just brushing that off. I have this thing that if the piles get too high, I get kind of anxious about it. So I need to tidy up slightly in between instead of just tossing things to the side, because otherwise the piles start falling. Okay, and now we need pencils. Now, what pencils are we going to do? Candace, dang, so all this time I thought I had to spray pastels, good to know. If you want them to be on the white paper, it doesn't change anything, okay? It does sometimes, depending on the fixative, slightly possibly dull, but not much. It's on the dark surface that you get this transparent effect sometimes, that you kind of kills the vibrancy of the colors. But that also depends on the fixative you kind of have to test. The one I have is pretty good. It's the Winsor & Newton one. I can show you. This one doesn't dull much. I don't know no other ones. I have no experience, but this one pretty much preserves the colors as are, you know, almost. You know, there's slight darkening, very, very slight, but just not tiny amount. I'm not sure that this one is going to be available where you are, but you know, that's my stuff, and it's also workable, so you can spray that on and then put, you know, pencils on top, so you can. But in that sort of a page, I'm not really bothered. I only put down the sky. If I did the whole page with pastels and then went in afterwards with pencils, I would probably spray in between. But because I did only one element here first, then I'm not going to spray it in between, because I can, you know, put a piece of like wax paper, for example, works very well, because you can just glide your, you know, hand with it on the page, and it's going to be fine. And if you put the pencils on top, that just seals the pastels, and it's going to be all great. And if you do the pages with just no, that I shouldn't have done that. This is now very stupid of me, but luckily I got things off. If you are doing things the way that you put just a little bit kind of a like soft pastel background, some swirls or something else, and if you work them into the paper, let's see, you know, something like this, often you don't need to seal at all. You don't have to spray then. It doesn't really move because it's so, you know, deeply kind of ground into the paper. It's fine. You don't need to always fix soft pastels. It's when you're working more heavy like this, you know, you should really. But because I'm going pencils on top, I'm not even doing that. Okay, you can use hairspray to fix it. Oh, Vicky, okay. It doesn't last as long as proper fix, but it's a cheap, quick alternative. Okay, and is it bad? I use hairspray to fix pastels. No, as long as it works for you, you know. I don't know, and it also probably depends on the hairspray, which sort of a surface it leaves. Does it leave textured workable surface? Does it leave kind of a shiny surface? I have never tried hairspray myself. I kind of, you know, happen to have, I never have hairspray because my hair is short. I never spray it. so I'm more likely to have a fixative than a hairspray. Oh, thank you, Diane. Okay, Vicky, don't overspray or too close. This can make it damp and move the pigment around. Works better on charcoal. Okay. I'm working on homemade fixative. I'll try it on some pastels and let you all know soon. It's much cheaper than buying a fixative. Okay. I really want to know that, because that's... Candace, do you find Black Widows work well on smooth paper? Do you know, I wouldn't put it like that. Smooth paper or more textured paper. I have had, it just very depends on paper. I don't think it's as easily definable as that, because I've had some really good luck with them on papers that were, you know, felt super smooth, and on some other papers that felt just as smooth, they didn't go down well at all. So it doesn't seem to be as easy as that. I do like them in many books though. One place I actually have never tried, I don't think I've tried them in Amazon books. I don't think I ever have. I have tried them, for example, in Carlsen books, where they're great. I think I tried them once in Airy books. They were nice there as well. But now I'm talking about Japanese version, alright? I have lost a top of this one, and I really do not want to put it away without a top. Because that's as sharp as... Well, it's very sharp. That is weird. Okay, I'm going to put it on the side, and I'm going to look for the top afterwards because I really need it. Okay, so I now want to kick off with some pencils a little bit. I'm going to leave that for underneath my hand, because I don't really need anything underneath at the moment. I'm not going to be... Oh, and now this one is drying, so you can see it's kind of smoothing itself out as well, so the base is looking pretty nice, I think. Oh, am I using hairspray in your pencil pictures? Oh, okay. Supper time, Louise. Okay, bon appetit. Sorry, I didn't see you leaving. Candace, I have a can of Krylon workable final, but I have to go outside to spray it. With all fixatives, you really should do it outside, or at least, you know, at the open window, and then leave the room. Jackie, can just picture you spraying your hair with a fixative. Oh, I'm not that self-destructive. I'm not far off. I could see that happening myself, funny enough. Okay, so let's see. I have polychromas here, which I think would be a bit too much work. But I also have woomers. Are we going to do it with new woomers or old woomers? I need a pencil case for woomers. Damn it, I can't get that sleeve off. I hate the smell of hair lacquer. I currently only using watercolors and pencils, but any tips are much appreciated. Yeah, Vicky, you get loads of them here. I used Black Widow pencils on coloring heaven paper, which is fairly smooth. They work beautifully. Yeah, like this is individual. Although I find that although coloring heaven paper is fairly smooth, I think it's a weird paper. It's not one of my favorite papers, I have to say, sadly. It's kind of... some pencils work really well in there, and some just kind of seem to be gliding around and not doing anything. Okay, I took out that tray. I can't say that I love the new system, the kind of a drawers system, but I will be putting them into the... I want to get a pencil case anyway for them, because there's two sets and I want to get them into one case. I don't want them in two boxes. That just drives me... Oh, it already drives me nuts. Okay, so pencils. She would be like... Chris, she would be light fast for up to 100 years. Oh, this is one of the best things ever. I don't think I lost... I don't think there's any hope that I lost in any shape or form, even a fraction of that. Okay, so let's see how dark... Oh, yeah, okay. You are soft. And nicely pigmented. Okay. There's hope. These are now the Woomer pencils. This is... Here, it's impossible with lights. I think it's Indatron, is it? I literally can't read. Indigo. I could see in and then nothing else. That's the darkest blue they have, which I need here. But I also want something purplish in it, so I will probably mix in or put in a bit of a layer of purple here. Don't give me ideas on stupid things to do, Jackie. Oh, she doesn't need to, Emma, my dear. You have plenty of your own. Oh. Coloring heaven paper was a lot better in the previous issue. Yes, it was. I was so annoyed. I started coloring just as they changed the paper. So I think I had one issue of the magazine which was on the kind of old paper, which wasn't amazing, but it was totally doable. And you could even put some water onto it, without major issues or upheavals. And then when I started coloring, then they promptly changed the paper to the crappier paper. And I remember being so annoyed because I had just subscribed, because I thought, at that stage they had fairly often like pretty cool issues. I kind of enjoyed quite a few issues there. And then I just hated the paper. I could not cope with it. Okay, I need to now... I kind of want to vary here a bit with kind of a dark purple and blue and put them on top of each other, just so the sky would look a bit more interesting. This is just, something I like to do. Maybe I should take you closer, because now it really would work better if you were closer. Okay, maybe even like this. Yeah. Because now you can see a bit better how messy this actual page is as well at the moment. And we're working on fixing it. Romantic country. Just noticed the writing on your wax paper, romantic country. Yeah, I never actually read it, to be honest. It's it came from, I don't remember, was it Amazon or was it Temu? In a pack of 50, and I like these ones because they're bigger, so you can cut them easily into the shape or size you want. It's big enough to cut into A4 books. It's big enough to cut into the big 10-10 books. It's kind of a good size wax paper, because a lot of them come in fairly small sizes, which are a pain. I need to sharpen you, sorry. Emma, why spend money on expensive wrinkle creams when you can just use fixative? This sounds like legit ad. Why kill your wife with hard housework? Let the electricity do it. I think that was legit ad from 50s. From what I remember. I think I've actually even seen it, unless it was one of those in the back. Okay, so I'm putting a little bit of blue in there, but I'm going to put kind of orange on top of the blue there to get more kind of a nicer glow for these. And I need this bit to be pretty dark. And I'm working with pencils, you can see I'm holding them from far away. And now I'm going to do the flicking. You are a bit of a pain. I should have... I'm trying to fight with the lightness here. New business idea. Has anyone seen those vintage adverts like treat your wife to a new iron this Christmas? What a treat. My friend's dad got his mom a food warmer for Christmas. It was chucked at my friend's dad's head. I remember when I first came to Ireland, visiting at that stage, my boyfriend, and it was Christmas time actually, kind of, you know. So it was kind of my first experience of Irish Christmas with all the kind of trimmings, and there was you know, how things work here. You know, for me, Christmas would be Christmas Eve back in Estonia, would have been. Here it's Christmas morning, you know, people gathering together. It was really nice actually, you know, family gathering together and opening the presents together. And I remember my father-in-law for that Christmas gave Kathleen, my mother-in-law, they're both now sadly gone, he gave my mother-in-law for Christmas an electric carving knife. I remember my husband just was staring at him and saying that nothing says I love you better than an electric carving knife. We all thought it was hilarious. He was a really nice guy now, but he was kind of clueless with presents. Jackie, my husband knows to never buy me an appliance as a gift. Yeah, my hubby tries his best, and he mostly gets it all right, especially, you know, if I kind of give him strict instructions. But I think it runs a little bit in the family. But he has given me some really cool stuff, like that I still think is very cool. Like last year he got me that bird feeder that has a camera inside, so you can watch the birds on the feeder and see, you know, what birds are coming and see them very close, like really close shots of the birds. And it was really great until the crows stopped being afraid of it, and then you only saw the crows. Emma, don't they give each other books on Christmas Eve in Norway so they can read together? I think I've heard something like that. And if it's correct, then it's lovely. It's just lovely. I like Norway a lot. The nature and the country itself, it's just beautiful. Although what I've heard that, you know, if you were to, for some reason, to go live there as a foreigner, that it would take a while before you kind of live in you accepting is a wrong word, yeah, but kind of find your place there. They are withholding the judgment before you've kind of proven yourself, which I kind of get. Estonians are the same way, you know. We're quite subdued and not super friendly until you actually happen to have a party with us, and then you see what a real party is. Jackie, electric carving knife. What a dicey gift. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, you know. But also hilarious. So yeah, I've gotten some doozies as well in my time, but no electric carving knives. I suspect he was afraid that I would carve something with it, not necessarily the roast. Emma, he's very lucky that the electric carving knife wasn't used in a certain part of his anatomy. Emma, you know what they say, Jackie? We know that three wise men are made up because one wise man doesn't exist, never mind three. Jackie, bird feeder is okay, but an iron or kitchen appliance is a big no. Yeah, I do agree. Besides, I want to get those things myself. Unless I've told him specifically which one I want, I know what I want and he does not. Then again, if he were to give me like something like KitchenAid mixer, I would not object. They are stupid expensive, but they're nice. Okay, I need to get this part here real dark. See, and already this part is essentially sealed. I think for the Northern Lights parts, eventually, you know, here you can already see, you know, how the top of it is kind of starting to come together, and then I'm going to pull pencils upwards there as well to kind of brighten it a bit and vary the colors a bit more, and it's going to be fine. We're going to be fine. Warmers are nice and soft for that sort of work when you're doing a big area and you don't necessarily want to waste your prismas on this. Then, well, not waste, but prismas have more texture to disguise. They're still softer than warmers, although, you know, warmers are soft. So you need to work them more to get rid of the texture and the paper from underneath. Okay, so going to Norway, Sweden and now Estonia is on my bucket list. I got socks and shampoo for one birthday. From your boyfriend or from your parents or what? My husband wants to get socks. He got loads of socks this Christmas because kids keep stealing his socks. He's like, I need more socks. I'm constantly out of socks. So he got like a lot. I think altogether something like 25 pairs of socks. He was quite happy with it. Well, that's exactly what he wanted. And then he got all that kind of funny stuff. Emma, KitchenAid knows. You want a Kenwood mixer, you can blow those things up and they still work. Okay, really? Is it so? Is KitchenAid a myth? It might be. I have a working mixer. I don't really need a new mixer badly. I'm not like super happy. It's alright, you know. If I wanted to do some kneading, then it's not amazing, but it works. You know what I mean. But I do tend to like to, you know, if it's a kitchen stuff or stuff that I know specifically, you know, what I want, then I prefer that I at least was either heavily involved in choosing that or totally just bought it myself. Jackie, last year I joked hubby was trying to tell me something. It was smelly bad things and skincare. I said what? I'm old and smelly too. No, he's gotten wise now because they did try at some stage give me those, you know, those things that are sold at chemists, those skincare or bath sets that are specifically, you know, the lazy gift that you pick up in at the chemist because you don't have a clue what to give a person, so you just pick up, you know, some sort of a set. It's like, please don't give them to me. If you know, at least you don't, you know. If other people do, fine, but please don't, because I'm very specific about, you know, what I can. I have super dry skin, and there's only certain things I can really use or want to really use. And I don't really like things that are very, you know, strong smelling. skincare wise. So yeah, I prefer that these things won't be bought for me. Seems like Woomer is okay, Chris. Seems like the Woomer is staying sharp longer than Prisma would. Yes, it does. It does stay sharp longer. It's a little bit dustier, okay, but it's also very soft, and it is, as you can see yourself, very easily blendable. So I consider it pretty good for a budget-ish pencil. With them, I would, always though, look for the best price, and try to get them as cheap as possible if you're getting them. Sometimes they would have sales or specials or codes or whatnot. Definitely use these. Especially now, I don't know if this time they haven't really sent too many creators Woomer sets to review, and then you get a discount code as well. I don't even know why. I haven't really seen many people who have gotten them like this. But if somebody does, and you want to get Woomers, then I would definitely go and use the discount code. Do you know what I mean? Emma, I had a Kenwood mixer from the 1960s that still worked. I gave it to my friend's parents because I don't really bake anymore. Jackie, my mother used to work for Kenwoods here in Australia in the 70s. Oh, that's cool. Emma, Jackie, my daughter told me that her friends at school thought I was her grandma. Oh, devastated isn't the word. Oh my gosh. They're young, okay. At that age, everybody over 30 seems like ancient. Don't take it too personally. I had mine late anyway, so. Then again, it seemed that a lot of parents, I wasn't, we weren't one of the oldest parents in the class or anything. It's just the age we're having the kids has, people are having them much older, or, at least the people who we knew and who we were friends with or communicated with when the kids were small or smaller. Emma, I've got a small electric whistling a kettle from the 60s that still works perfectly. She's called Kathy. Vicky, I'm considering getting the Black Widow pencils, or are the Woomer better? Prismas are a bit too pricey. Where in the world are you? Kind of roughly. If you're in States, so if you get Woomers, let me think. The Woomers, the 90 set, I think is 47 euros. I don't know what it would be in USD. It depends, it works out, I'd say, or under 100 anyway, if you got two of them. Or if you just got 90, yeah, that would work. It depends what type of a pencil do you like better. Black Widows are more of a layering pencil. They are harder than Woomers. Woomers are softer, more easily blendable, but dustier. So if you're looking for very soft pencil like Prisma, then Woomers are closer in the immediate vibrancy. If you put them down, they're a faster pencil. You get faster results with them. Black Widows are fantastic pencils, but they're not as fast and not as blendable, you know, kind of, they're more layering pencils. But they are both good pencils, so I find it hard to recommend unless I know, you know, what your wishes are, you know, what you're looking for. Because I don't want to just say, oh, you know, get Woomers or get Black Widows. It really depends on your style of coloring. Have you tried any pencil, like specific pencils, like Prismas, or, you know, which ones have you liked? If you could tell me some pencils that you have maybe liked before, maybe, you know, I could give some sort of a better understanding then. Oh, Emma, oh, I definitely am one of the granny moms. Oh, I was also well. Well, I would have been about the same, you know. I'd say I would have been about the same age when I had Ola, when, you know, you had yours. So I think, and I was definitely one of the granny moms, yeah. Not the schoolgate pretty mom. Jackie, Emma, I'm closer to 60, so young to me. Well, same here. Well, my brother-in-law started a second family at 49. He does look like their grandpa. Oh, gosh. Vicky, you're in Wales. Okay, it doesn't... Yeah, then Prisma is definitely pricey, you know. If you are in Wales, then Prisma is dear. I thought maybe you're in the US. In this case, Prisma isn't really hugely more expensive. Like, it is more expensive than Woomer, but not startlingly so. But in Europe, Prismas are dear. So I do understand why you're looking for. And Candace, I love the color choices. I have to say, Emma, I don't really love the Amazon ones. I know that there's, you know, they have really good rep, and, you know, I've heard really good reviews about them, and I did genuinely try, and I didn't enjoy them. But, you know, this is once again, you know, what you like and what you don't. It's super individual. I need to kind of, some areas a bit softer. I do think that Black Widow's color choices are really cool. They have a lot of difficult colors and colors that you can't find in other sets very easily. One thing about it is that to get all the colors they have, which is I think 180, is it? You have to actually spend quite a lot, because I think it's 6 sets. Is it 6 or 7 sets to get all the colors? Is the book straight? Yeah, okay. Because they need to come down, those strikes here, straight. Okay, and I need to start here as well to get kind of the underneath with a softer blend. Like this. And I'm going to put some purple in here as well. Vicky, I prefer to layer really. I've tried a small set of Prismas and didn't really like them. I had 120 Brutfoners for Christmas, which I'm learning to use. Are those the regular round-barreled, colored-barreled Brutfoners, yeah? I think if you like to layer, then possibly Black Widows are a better choice for you. But I've heard, like, I genuinely like them, and I think they are good pencils, and I find using them very easy. I've enjoyed them in Kirby Rosane's books, you know. But I have heard people saying that they find them hard to use, or, you know. But I do think that it all depends on, you know, just what type of a pencil you like. And if you don't enjoy a bit harder layering pencil, then possibly maybe not a good idea to get the Prisma, you know, Black Widows. But if you do like a bit harder, one thing that I was thinking, if you enjoy layering pencil, and, you know, take in account, you know, how much money it would take to actually buy all the Black Widows, if there's good sales on, or maybe you just try with a smaller set. Have you tried Polychromos? Oh, you got the square barrels. Okay. I didn't get along with these ones very well. Like, they were fine, but they were not one of my favorite pencils. I like the black barrel ones, the Brutfoner black barrel ones, which aren't now very popular, and I don't think they're around that much anymore, but I think they were good pencils. Still are, like. But many other companies sold them as well. Color sold them, and Sue Color, I think, sold them. Yeah, I see now Emma is saying, you know, Polychromos are brilliant like that. Diane, I'm 63. Oh, I'm fit every day. Oh, I'm sorry with the disabilities. What? I hope you're doing well. But coloring keeps me young. Exactly. You are young. We are both young. It's what's in your head, I think, that makes you either old or young. But I have to say that my joints are messed up. Yeah. I'd say a lot of us, you know, in this community, you know, have some issues with health. And, you know, I have mine, I have to say. Okay, I'm going to put some black in there as well, because I want this bit to be like super dark. Because I want to kind of finish this part here all together. '63 is not old at all. See, it's those ages have changed. You know, ages that used to be, you know, this is an old person. It's not anymore. The society and the healthcare and everything, and the life expectancy and lifespan has changed so much, especially like in the last century or so. And woman's lifespan, especially considering nowadays that it used to be pretty normal for a hefty percentage of women to expire in childbirth, which is now thankfully becoming more and more rare. Are Brutfoner, okay, so Jackie, are Brutfoner round the same as color, do you think? I saw the round Bruts for good price, but already own color and don't use them enough. I think they're the same. I think they are white labeled and exactly the same pencil, just sold on the different companies. Now don't quote me because I don't own them, okay? I've tried Brutfuner ones, but you know, from what I've seen, like looking at the pencils in the videos, looking photos of the pencils, they are absolutely identical. Even the color names are often the same. So if you own already the colors, don't go buying. I wouldn't anyway. I'm not telling you what to do. Geez, that was a stupid thing to do. But I wouldn't go buying Bruts. No, absolutely not. Save it for something else. I saw, Jackie, I wanted to tell you kind of more in person that your octopus page, I absolutely love what you're doing with gouache. You just shine at it. You get the idea and, you know, the purpose of the gouache so well. So yeah, it was super nice to see what you were playing with them, how you were playing with them, and they just looked amazing. Those octopi. Oh, okay, octopuses. Emma, the round barrel Brutfuners used to be good, but I don't know what happened because I bought the 260 set and they are truly awful. Oh, didn't know that. Okay, Emma says opposite, that colors are good pencil, but they don't lay down as well as Brutfuners. Okay, I totally admit that I haven't tried them both, but they do look pretty identical, don't they? I don't know. It depends how good the price is. Vicky, my local hobbycraft isn't that great, not a lot of choice for open stock pencils. I agree that coloring is an amazing outlet for creativity with lots of health benefits. It's helping my anxiety. Yes, same here. Yeah. Yeah. Jackie, oh thanks, Annika, I appreciate that. Yeah, you're very welcome, Jackie. That octopus was just amazing. Candace, I agree on the octopus. Yeah, that's right. Jackie, having lots of fun with gouache paints. Gouache is amazing. I just need to get hang of it better. But you know, like with any media, needs a bit of a learning curve as usual. Okay, so now you can see here, you know, it's starting to take shape, this corner. You can see the difference with that side. You know, it's all going to be more pronounced once I bring the more pastel pencils in and the colors. Okay, so it does take a little bit of a shape. Now I'm gonna try to see if I can find in this set good. I need kind of an earthy orange. Do I have something like sienna? Okay, I found something. Gosh, I hate that. I wasn't sure at first did I like this kind of a drawer system or not, and I can surely say I bloody hate it. Because it doesn't really work as drawers. You know, I think the idea should be that they're actually sitting from here and you have, you know, them a little bit open and then you pull pencils out, and it doesn't really work very well like that. You kind of need to bend the pencil weirdly and almost break the leads to take out. So no, I don't like the packaging. but I would have needed a case for them anyway, so I'm not particularly bothered. Okay, so let's do a bit of a work with you. Emma, nope, they're not. I don't know if the 260 Brutfuner I got were fake because they were super cheap even for Brutfuner. Brutfuner. I'm trying to create this kind of a area in the blue that has the star glow into it. So I'm going over blue with orange. Like this. Just smoothly around. Diane, I bought Brutfuner about 4 years ago and the quality is much better than what you can get today. They have definitely, like, they change factories all the time. All of them, all the kind of a budget brands, and then you essentially get different pencils, you know, with the same names, with the same, essentially, the box. Everything remains the same, but it's now different factory manufacturing them, and suddenly, you think you're getting the same set, and you're not. So that danger is pretty much with all the kind of a budget pencils. Like this, that I think happened. I can't really speak now very, very assuredly about that, but I think it kind of happened with our remember Arteza pencils, Arteza Expert pencils. They were good pencils. I don't know how many of you actually had them or tried them, but the 120 set was really great, and they at some stage were also selling pencils open stock. Well, it wasn't really, I think they sold them in packs of 3, but you could still get just extra colors, your favorite colors separately. But I think their factory fell through or something happened, and they just weren't able to keep it up, and people were complaining that the pencils have changed. So I think that might have been one of the reasons that they don't really do them anymore. They now only sell 72 set, which, it's a bummer, because they were really good colors. Like the 120 set had really good colors, and it's still, if I want to make a beige that is super punchy, like really vibrant colors, they go down super smooth, they're soft, they're really blendable, and the result is kind of really bright. So I still grab my Arteza 120 set, so it's one of the budget sets I don't ever, until it runs so dry that there's only pencils that I don't like at all. I will hold on to that pencil set definitely. So yeah, good pencils, but I think something happened there with the manufacturing. Vicky popping to see Jackie's Octopus Black in 5. Octoscape. Emma, I like the Black Barrel Brutfuner do. Yeah, I like Black Barrel. To be honest, of the Black Barrel, I definitely think that Brutfuner, Color, and Sue Color all had exactly the same pencils, just with the brand name on it, because even the pencil names were the same. They were exactly the same. You could use the same swatch chart for pretty much all of them. So yeah, I remember that I had, I think, Sue Color ones possibly, but I used the swatch chart from Brutfuners, and I was fine. Okay, so I'm putting a little bit of that there, just brightening it up. Jackie, it's getting very confusing with all the white labeling with pencils, acrylic markers, and now the gel pens too, I think. Yes, yes, it really does. Oh, hi, Atlanta. Yes, I have them, and the watercolor pencils too. Plate took over Arteza. Okay, I did not know exact details. Jackie, I watched Art Journey. Lily say she'd had knockoffs of Gong Na, for goodness sake. Oh gosh. Emma, I have the Arteza pencils, the 120 set. I am not happy they've stopped. Yeah, they've stopped selling the 120 set. I'm not happy with that one either. I'm still annoyed about that. Because I'm never going to, like, after they're gone, I'm not going to buy them again, because all the colors that would be my favorites in that set were essentially in the 120 set. Well, not all, but, you know, a lot of them would have been. The difficult colors, the ones that you're looking for. Plate bought them out, and we lost all the tutorials and resources. I have most of the products, including the watercolors, and they're Everblend Ultra. Everblend Ultras were the markers, yeah? Candace, I love the Posca pencils. They go over about anything. Definitely in my top 3. Yeah, those are the pencils that I have so far not, managed not to buy. I've heard fantastic things about them, but I was always like, you know, there's only 36 of them. You know, am I going to invest? You know, it was fairly limited colors. That although you can mix pretty much anything with, even with 24-12 pencils, never mind 36. But you know, I like my plenty colors, so I didn't get them. But now they, I think, have 48 colors, don't they? Just recently, yeah. I don't even know if they have some place that I can get them with more or less reasonable price. Then I would be interested in trying them, alright, yeah. But I haven't really seen the 48 set anywhere that, you know, I would say, you know, I'm gonna go and buy them. And I would wait maybe a little bit before the kind of you know, when the price has maybe gone down a tiny bit, possibly. I don't know. But I have so many pencils at the moment that I really don't need another set. Next time I see Arteza set unvented, I'll be getting them. Well, I have the 120 set, which is still going strong, so unless I get it like super cheap from Vinted, I'm not going to buy another one. I have limited room for pencils, and I really have a lot. I cannot complain that, oh, I don't have enough pencils. So, it's getting quite late now, so I should possibly finish up soon. I think you're getting the picture of what I'm doing here with this sky. Please ignore the pig, don't know where it came from. Okay. Atlanta, yes, the alcohol markers, I bought them when they were on deep discount. Now I know why. Arteza Everblend Ultra alcohol markers. I got them before I got Ohuhu. Oh. Oh. Okay. I was thinking at some stage, you know, when Arteza was still big. You know, now it's not anymore. It's pretty much kind of been dwindled out of the main kind of names now, or main popular brands. but I remember looking at them and thinking, oh, you know, that looks interesting, maybe I should get these. I'm kind of glad that I didn't, because it does not sound like they were would have been a good boy. Okay, so softening that edge here, so when I go in with the color in other colors, the pastel colors, it's going to be nice. Yeah, Atlanta. Ortiz, I didn't know that it was Blade who took over. I never had a clue about that. I just know that suddenly, you know, all the stuff that I was interested from them, you know, the stuff that I wanted, either, you know, extras or refills or whatever, it was just gone. I had the real brush pens at some stage, which were alright. They're not as good, obviously, as the Zig real color ones, but they were totally okay, doable. They had some really good colors, but most of the colors, of course, were fairly kind of chemical, kind of, you know, very, very bright, leaning towards primary type of I think they had like 96 or something like this. It was a decent enough big set, but I did use them quite a bit at some stage, even for backgrounds and such. I really like reed brush pens. I'm just dropping different colors here and there, so the sky would look a bit more interesting. Emma, I was thinking of selling my Arteza 72 set, but I don't think I will now. Artezas are a good pencil, but I don't want the 72 set. I specifically, you know, if I were to get kind of like a spare set, which, let's be honest, do I need a spare set of pencils that, you know, I'm not using that regularly? Knee deep in pencils here at the moment, especially. Like last December brought quite a lot of these pencils my way, and now I got the Woomers as well, which, to be fair, were pre-ordered, but still I have a lot of new pencils to play with. But I know that if something, you know, some really good bargain comes across on Vinted, I'll probably pick it up. You know, that's how I got my Pro colors, and that's how I got my Mondeluz pencils. It's like, would be sin not to pick it up. Just grab it. Atlanta, a plate is a crafts company. Arteza was an art company. Big difference. Yes, yes. Jackie, if I disappear suddenly, Annika, I'm waiting for Evie to arrive for a visit. Oh, Jackie, that's great. You're gonna have a great time. I'll be going anyway now very soon as well, and finishing up the stream to possibly eventually sleep, and also before I do that, maybe figure out, no, I don't probably figure it out tonight, but at least look slightly into what the heck is happening with my sound. Emma, I don't think being a craft company is an excuse. Crafter's Companion is a crafting company, but their pencils are really good. Crafter's Companion... Do you mean Spectrum Noir? Spectrum Noir color blend pencils. The sound has improved as time has gone on. Really? I don't understand what is going on. I genuinely don't. because I would like to figure out what went wrong. So if I can, if there was something on my side, can I somehow avoid it next time? Wouldn't want that to happen, for example, when we're doing our big Tubiton, on the 1st of February. Adanta says, I mean in terms of the resources for artists or Blade. Scrapbook and Michaels are good arts and craft sites. I'm saying Blade has different focus. Yeah. Emma, yes, Spectrum Noir, Crafters Companion make them. I thought they went down, didn't they? Because they're pretty much phasing out all of this stuff. You can't get anything from them anymore. Because everything has disappeared. Their alcohol markers, which I think they had pretty good system, but I didn't like the markers themselves. They came you almost dry. But the markers, the illustrators were, they had good nib, but they were too dry when they came to you. You pretty much needed to refill them immediately when you got them, which shouldn't be the case. But they were good markers. Their color system was really good. They had really nice color system by color families. The blending families were good. They had refills. Vicky, sound is okay. My partner was having issue earlier, volume going up and down. Okay, no, I don't know how to explain it then. That's great, thank you. At least I know now that things have gotten better. At any rate, I have all the Arteza products. I'm just unhappy Blade took down all the resources like the tutorials and instructions for Arteza products. Yeah, I don't understand why though. If they bought the website along with Arteza, wouldn't it have made more sense to keep all the resources there for the products they would be, I presume, selling? Or did they never plan to sell them at all? It's a bit puzzling, yeah. Doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. Okay, so where am I here? Trying to be close here to the Emma, I get it now, Ambi. Spare, Jackie, I don't know, but it's nothing like when you first started from my end. Okay, good. So it might have been, at least partly YouTube that was doing something weird. Which wouldn't be surprising, but yeah. Sorry about the beginning anyway. Emma, I have a lot of Spectrum Noir markers. Yeah, the colors were really good in there. But I did not like how dry they were. Like no alcohol marker should be as dry coming to you as theirs. But they had really good nibs. They had actually like proper rubber nibs, not the like felt or whatever, nylon nibs like Ohuhus. They had proper rubber nibs, like, similar to Copics. Not exactly the same, they were kind of a different make, but, in that ballpark. Good quality nibs. Emma, yeah, they went down too, unfortunately. I like their pencils a lot. I have the pencils still and I'm not giving them up. I don't like them for everything, but I do like them for working on rougher papers like Amazon paper and Coloring Heaven paper, for kind of working on top of alcohol markers. I think they're very good on that. They are to me a bit challenging of a pencil, but definitely not a bad one. I felt them a little bit too waxy, like more waxy than I enjoy. But very good for certain purposes. They have very specific purpose for me. If I work on alcohol marker base in certain books, I often pull them out because they really work well for that. Oh, night, Vicky. Sorry, I didn't see you coming. Okay. Holy Grail. Oh, Vicky, you lucky duck. Holy Grail. Yay! It's one of my favorite movies. Emma, I've just had a thought. I might be a granny mom, but I'm Gen X, and that's the coolest generation. Yeah, I'm also Gen X. At least, I think technically, yeah, I'm Gen X too. I think it's a cool generation. We're the tough ones who still understand technology as well, you know? Enjoy, Vicky. My friends can recite that film word for word. Holy Grail is an amazing movie. Oh, actually, pretty much I like most of the Life of Brian. Pretty much everything. Being a teenager in the 80s wasn't such a bad thing. We had good music and shoulder pads. Oh, yes, we were square. Well, I was kind of, my main teen years went to the very end, like tail end of the 80s. But yeah, oh, the hairdos. I have those photos. I should actually kind of pull them out and show them out of the kind of a pure fun of it. Share them, because the hairdos, oh my. That huge puffy thing on your head, the mullet, oh. And I had one, I am also Gen X, but only granny mom to a kitten. Well, nothing wrong with that, Atlanta. I bet your kittens make really good grandkids. And they're cute. Emma, we're the best generation. Oh, I mean, that's still cool. I was teen in the 80s and 90s. Yeah, well, I was kind of... I basically finished the secondary school at the very end, like of 80s. Well, it was almost 90. Was it 90 or was it 89? Well, anyways, so I would have still kind of technically been a teen, but not really. I finished the secondary school quite young, so I was definitely still a teen. I was the same age as my finishing secondary school as my daughter is now, and she will have her last year next year. So I went to school young and finished young. Emma, my mom had a mullet in the 80s. She was undeniably cool. Well, so was I. Jackie, big hair. My dad said the hole in the ozone layer was because of my hairspray use. You had a fun dad. Aww. I like your dad from that remark only. Emma, kittens are better than kids. Oh, Andrea, Andrea, I'm signing off. It's 2:45 a.m. Thank you for company while I've been colouring dough. Aww. I'm very glad that you joined us, Andrea. I am a huge fan of yours, and I hope you're going to make more videos. And bye, good night. Emma, I haven't let go of my bangs yet. And bell bottoms. Oh, the bell bottoms. That was more 90s though. Wasn't it? The bell bottom pants. I remember. And the really, really low waistline. Like, if your tongue wasn't showing, what were you even doing? My kid is jealous of my relationship with the rescue kitten. Aww. I would kind of love to have a cat, but sadly, however much I love my wonderful Shen, she's a real biatch as far as cats are concerned, so I can't do that. That would not be nice for the cat. She's cat reactive. Emma, I briefly dated a man who was a zookeeper. He raised a baby orangutan and jokes with his kids that Sid was his first and best child. Jackie, what a cool job. Our neighbor is a zookeeper. Pandas and tigers. Ooh, cool. When I was working my first couple of years in the television, I was an assistant director, or director's assistant, or whatever, in kids programs to kind of nature programs. So we basically lived in the zoo. We were there all the time, and we pretty much knew all the zookeepers by name and their family life, and we knew which animals had babies, and we were just constantly in the zoo. Emma, unfortunately, even as a teenager, I couldn't get my head around tongues. Granny pants for the win. No, see, my tongues happened to me when I was already in my 20s. It was, I think, mostly a result of kind of this post-Soviet Union. Oh, it's a new thing, gotta try out. I did not enjoy them for long. And then I moved cheerfully over to boy shorts, and I loved them. And now it's mostly granny panties, thank you very much. One has got to be comfortable. Zoos are controversial, but good zoos are, well, some of the zoos are the reason that some of the animals are still around. Who in wild have been pretty much, almost hunted to extinction, or whose natural habitat is dwindling. So yes, they are controversial, but they have their good sides. Oh, night, Chris. I didn't see you go. Okay, night. Night, 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 night. Guess what I want as a pet? Orangutan? I don't know. You have enough interesting pets, Emma. The heckin' ball-biting honey badger. Honey badgers are such cool creatures. Just no fear. Fierce little feckers. And no, this was not a rude word. This is quite soft word in Ireland. Feck and fecker. Big difference between the, the 4-letter F word. The other one. The one I don't like to use. I'd love a raccoon. Well, what about capybara? Wouldn't it be cool to have a capybara? I want a pig, actually. I like pigs. I think pigs are super intelligent animals. It's just very few of them actually stop growing, because you end up with this huge pet. Yeah, that's the thing, same story as with pigs, capybaras. They can get really big. I should have brought that up maybe more. I think I left that bit here too low. I might bring that up and... No, I think I need to leave it as is. Yeah. I think I need to leave it as is. Emma, they're related to ferrets. Naturalists aren't convinced that honey badgers that do bite lions on the balls, but having removed my ferret from cat's testicles, I think it's 100% true. Goats are funny but very naughty. Jackie, I have, goats and I don't somehow fit. I don't know if you probably went here. I've told that story before, that both my son and my husband have been bitten by donkeys. I get along with donkeys fine. I have had always rough issues with goats. There was a farmhouse, farmers, but relatives, that kept goats, and the moment I turned back to them, some of them would come and kick me in the butt and kind of land me in a hay face first. And it wasn't just one time it happened. They had it out for me specifically. They did not like me. I don't know what it was. I loved all animals. I loved goats too, but I ended up being kind of wary of them, as you might imagine. Raccoons just remind me of little burglars. They are. They look so cool. Diane, Annika, if you want a cat, get a black one. Your dogs won't mess with it. I have 8 and my black cat rules them all. Really? Is it something about black cats? Huh. How long does it take to train cat to use a litter tray? Inquiring minds require. I never had a cat, so I kind of want to get a picture, what it would take. Is it difficult? So if you want to scare your son and your husband, you make conky noises. No, they're still not afraid of them. But they both have had bites from donkeys. For no reason. Just well, my husband went kind of to pet a donkey, and the donkey just jumped down. But my son was just standing there, and then the donkey came and just clamped down on his shoulder. Just, casually. Oh. Jackie, I went to a school camp and there was a horse that bit the boys, but it was fine with the girls. The goat story is funny. Yeah, it is funny now, but it was not funny. Every time I went to visit them, down I went. Face first. and you never saw the bloody things coming. And they're small and quiet, and then when they actually hit you, then they go. Not mad. I'm doing the. It's very similar to that. I don't remember exactly. I made a sheep noise now. No, it's. I think that's pretty much goats. They pretty much the same noise. Anyway, I remember the noise they made. They made noise, but only after they had kicked me down, and always into the butt. Atlanta, I have a tortoise shell. They are known for their sass, independence, and attitude, as well as being smart. Emma, you can train them from a kitten. It's not difficult. Okay. I had a Russian blue as a child, and she scared my dog to the point that my mom got rid of the cat. Really? Emma, Jackie the horse knew the girls love horses. Maybe it was a donkey's love bite. Maybe. But his shoulder was nice and blue afterwards. It's like proper chomp down. Not a gentle little mwah bite. Clamped down big time. Well, it's kind of starting to look a little bit like Northern Lights. What do you think? I need to deepen it and, put some more colors into it, but the fact that the soft pastel is underneath kind of helps. Okay, I need to make soft area here. See? I need to sharpen my pencil, sorry. Diane, I have 9 dairy goats and they're all super sweet. I'm having babies in babies in March. Oh. Well, that bunch of goats. My mom's great uncle something. I don't remember exact level of relationship there or how much relatives they were, but they were relatives. They were not, well, I thought like they were nice to everybody else. It was me, and I was what, maybe like 13 to 15, during that period. Oh. Donkeys actually bite girl donkeys' necks when they're feeling risky. Okay, I better not tell my son that. Maybe it was an amorous donkey. You never know. Atlanta, it looks gorgeous. I love real-time videos that they show how long coloring actually takes. Yeah, it does. Well, it does. You are a bit distracted, therefore it is a little bit slower than it actually maybe would be. Not much though. Like, I'm not saying that it's a lot faster when I'm not doing it on the camera, but it's a little bit faster when I do it on my own. Little bit. Just a wee bit. I think I need to put a little bit of start putting the things down. Anyway, I want to get the sky even darker in some spots, like here I feel it's not dark enough, so I probably put some black and purple in there as well. This paper wants a sharp pencil. It doesn't like when my pencil gets blunt, it does start showing the texture right away. And you can see I didn't need to fix anything here, even after using the soft pastels. Put them down, and if you work on, just on one area, and if you just work with pencils right away on that area, you're fine. Okay, I don't know if I'm going to, I probably will kind of get a bit darker here. Diane, you're so lucky. You are lucky. Candace, bye! Thank you, thank you. Diane will be super busy milking and making cheese and butter, March and April. Ooh. Ooh. Butter. Goat's butter. I don't think I've ever had that. I've had goat's milk, and goat cheese is amazing. But I never had goat's butter. Thank you, Emma. Thank you. Needs a bit more kind of a, strengthening and tidying, but yeah, it's gonna be all right, especially from the distance. Okay, ladies, I need to finish up. I need to go and yeah, get myself something to drink downstairs, and then probably crawl to bed, because it's that late now here. It's after 2 o'clock, and I really should go and finish. So thank you for joining me. Thank you for putting up all the technical issues we've had today. Hopefully they're either gone, or at least I finished to figure them out. And big hugs to everybody. And I hope you'll be back next time. Yes, Atlanta, I know. We've been kind of getting carried away today. Good night, Emma. Good night, Atlanta. Good night, whoever is here. Diane, if you're still here, good night. Oh, probably not good night. Oh, B, good night. Good night, Dustcatcher. Thank you for joining me, and I really hope to see you again. And hopefully next time. Fingers crossed. Okay, both fingers like that crossed. No issues. Okay? You're the bestest. Thank you. Bye-bye.